And a look behind the curtain here. Final preparations for the challenge ahead. Hi, everyone. Time to get into it. And on paper, Craig, this might seem like a potential blower. But anything can happen in this NBA.
Kevin, we see upsets happen all the time. It's what makes the sport great. You can't take any team or game for granted.
And the starting group for the Grizzlies. We've got Wells. Marvin Bagley is out there with Jackson. Then there's John Morant. And it's Edey in at the 5. Kicks it out to Maxey. To the middle. Here's Embiid. And Embiid throws it down.
And seeing a guy as big as Embiid being so fluid in terms of his movement, jaw-dropping.
Edey gets the bucket.
And he likes to get in a rhythm early. Nice triple.
For 3.
Maxey against Morant. Maxey passes to Drummond. Jackson down low. And Jackson throws it down hard.
And the flush from Jackson Jr. Great wingspan, and at 6'11", he's got a little nasty in it.
George dishes to Drummond. Back to George. Pass to Embiid. Just 5 to shoot. Drummond. From about 19 feet. And they'll turn it over. Could not get off a shot. 24-second violation. Here's Morant. Inside. Here's Edey. Oh, and that one, no question, powered it down.
Well, Morant's acrobatics often get the attention, but his passing is also elite.
Maxey kicks to Drummond. Drummond with a screen on Morant. Maxey passes to Drummond. Philadelphia moving the ball around. Down to 5 on the shot clock. The 76ers need to get off a shot, and yes, it's good.
And it's really hard to knock George off his balance. He's just so long and strong. Nice take there.
And Nick Nurse, Greg, the 26th head coach in 76ers franchise history.
And Kevin, known for his creativity and that outside-the-box thinking. I think it's a good fit with this forward-thinking front office.
Here's Grimes. Back to Drummond. Tries from 10. That one's no good. 0 of 1 to begin the game. And Embiid with the block.
He's so agile at 7 feet. Embiid covers a lot of territory.
Pass to Wells. Outside, Bagley. Out to the right wing. And oh, here we go with George. Nobody. Oh, wow, what a great move inside. That is incredible.
And putting his explosive athleticism on full display there. George is capable of some highlight reel dunks.
The 76ers trail by 3. All right, now let's find out what head coach Nick Nurse had to say to David Aldridge. David.
Now, we talked about the big man, Jaren Jackson Jr., and specifically how to defend him. Coach said he's a guy that can score from all 3 levels. Our guys have to be on him and active defensively as soon as he touches the ball. Coach needs his team to bring the energy tonight, and we'll see if they can respond. Guys?
Thank you, David. And they double up Morant to the paint. And down it goes. Dunked through off a wonderful assist.
Now flying high and throwing it down with the one-hand.
One of his favorite moves right there, guys. Maxey attacking. Outside for George. It's good. This game is all even. George has got 9.
This is what Paul George does. He looks for any opening on the floor to create opportunities for his team.
Edey, good. And the nice assist from Morant.
Assisted by
Morant's got 3 assists now in this one. In the corner, Drummond with it. 58 seconds left here in the opening quarter. Driving the lane. Pass to Grimes. And beat the screen. And trying for the go-ahead basket. It doesn't go in. Here's Edey. Now here's Bagley. Wells with it. Here's Grimes. He has yet to score, and it goes down 2 points.
Looming large on the interior. Embiid, hard to deny.
Just 1 second between the shot clock and game clock. Pass to Bagley. And finished off by Bagley.
Well, he's a bit of an undersized center. However, his leaping ability can certainly mask that. That's just a great pass. Excellent vision to see the open spot in the defense and lead it to the score.
Pushing the action, getting others involved. He does it time and time again.
Yeah, when you're moving the ball like that, it just keeps everyone engaged in the game.
1 second left. And so, lots of scoring in that competitive first quarter. Grizzlies lead by 2. The second. And if you're just tuning in, it's been a pretty even game through the first quarter. And a chance for just a second to check out the scoring breakdown for Memphis.
Well, they're in a great flow. The ball's moving. All those assisted buckets means the offense is running well.
And they're making their own luck with how hard they're playing, forcing turnovers and turning that into offense.
Embiid is out there with Andre Drummond. Then it's Paul George. Then there's Maxey. And it's Grimes in at the 2-guard spot. That's the group for Philadelphia to start this second quarter.
Yeah, the rhythm, the timing, an encouraging sign seeing Bagley knock it down there off the catch. And once he gets clear off the screen, there is no stopping him.
No, not when there's a flush waiting to happen.
Well, give credit to the screener there. That's how you help free up your teammates.
Bagley kicks to Morant. Just 5 on the clock. It's the 3-point bomb. Morant's got 5.
Fantastic instincts there by Morant, sizing up the D and then just taking what he sees.
Pass to Embiid, launches it. Offensive rebound. And it's Drummond with the jam.
That's why you never quit battling on the offensive glass.
And that's a nice reward for his effort. The flush, perfect.
Well, that's what he does. He makes an impact with his activity on the boards.
To the inside, Edey takes the 13-footer, and it's Philadelphia with the rebound. Maxey passes to Embiid. Kicks it out to Maxey. Back to Embiid, and there's the whistle. 3-second violation.
Grizzlies ball.
Memphis leading. So stand the Grizzlies trio of Ja Morant, Desmond Bane, and Jaren Jackson Jr. From the outside looking in, what a great base going forward.
I agree with that, Kevin. Look, not only are those 3 outstanding individual players, but they complement each other so well. There's such a great fit with those 3 guys. That's a great base for the future.
Maxey attacking. George with no one around. Knocks down the 3-ball. George has got 5 points now this quarter.
And this is the way to stretch the floor. PG-13 with a good look from the corner. And he nails it.
Down low. Here's Edey. It's good. The assist this time from Jackson. And the Grizzlies lead by 3.
Well, what a half he's had. He has completely warped the shape of this game with his hot shooting.
Let's check in with our reporter, David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin, even with an MVP and Joel Embiid, the Sixers can't be a one-man show. Embiid says, I watch a lot of games and I see what's working. Good basketball means cutting, moving, guys getting off the ball, and it's moving and not sticking. But you need the right guys to execute that system. And I think we've got the right guys. Kevin?
You know, you and I agree. They do, David. Thank you very much. here's George, and George with the stuff.
Punishing the rim there. When George makes up his mind he's going to dunk it, there is not much you can do.
Jackson deciding where to go with it. And stolen by Drummond. And now here's George, the fast break opportunity. Another shot. Embiid, no good. Grizzlies have gone 4 of 6 from the field here in the second. And stolen by Maxey. And Embiid with a clear path to the hoop. And it's Drummond with the jam.
So much force. Easy money for Drummond.
Memphis has gone 1 or 2 on three-pointers here in the second quarter so far.
And you know, guys, with Embiid on the floor, it's not just about his individual play. He changes everything for everyone on that team. That's how dominant he is. It's not just statistics. His presence alone propels him.
And Embiid throws it down.
What a scary sight. Joel Embiid with all that momentum taking it to the hoop, looking like a freight train.
There's 49 seconds left in the second quarter. Outside, Maxey. Physical play by Embiid inside.
And showcasing that overwhelming strength. Embiid is so skilled at finishing over the aggressive defense.
Shot is good, and the 76ers lead is cut down to 1 on the bucket from Morant.
Really well done there. Just confident and composed, never in a hurry.
Maxey passes to Drummond. And George kicks to Drummond. Rebounded by Jackson.
I guess even he has to miss one of those once in a while.
Pass to Edey. Back to Morant. Embiid with the steal. Now the 76ers on the break. Now that's how to finish the break. Throw down with force.
And that's how to make an impact with defense. Once the steal is made, you know they're going to be scattered.
Here's Edey. Shoots the 3. Doesn't go that time. And that'll do it for the first half. A competitive game so far. 76ers on top, leading by 3. Live from Philadelphia, you're watching 2K Sports.
Fans, please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the fan half-court shot from goal, please. They're measuring up that shot.
And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during the half. You look at Paul George in this game, guys, he's been everywhere.
Well, we'll find out if they were able to find an answer for him over the break. He was scoring with ease in that first half.
Yeah, I'd love to see what they drew up in the locker room, because you're right. He's the problem right now.
So on the floor for Memphis, they got Jackson. Wells is out there with Morant. Then there's Marvin Bagley. And it's Edey in at the center position. And what about the evolution of Tyrese Maxey? Greg, according to him, he's just getting started.
Well, Kevin, I'd have to agree. I mean, he's got some big shoes to fill with James Harden leaving, but each year this guy has just gotten better. And not only has he matched Harden's production in Philadelphia, I think he's exceeded it.
Yeah, I love the aggressiveness from Drummond, fighting for his shot while taking the foul.
And he'll be shooting his first free throw of the game here.
And not the guy you want to see at the line too often. Season numbers has him in the bottom tier of the league.
And it's Morant missing.
Well, that wasn't a bad shot. Defense playing a little loose there. Sometimes it just doesn't go in.
To the inside. Drummond. And Drummond throws it down.
As the league continues to grow, this is just heady, sound basketball.
Well, that third quarter is when you want to increase your lead. Really building it up before that final quarter.
Not the biggest fan of that shot, but he had the space to get it off, so why not?
Maxey passes to Drummond. Here's Grimes. Outside, Maxey. And they're running. Here's Wells. count it.
I tell you what, they won't be down for long if they can get some more early offense like that.
Embiid kicks to Maxey. Embiid with a screen on Morant. Back to Embiid. Pass to Grimes. Outside for George. 4 on the shot clock. And here's Embiid. And there's the call on Joel Embiid. That is his first foul of the game.
And really just a great play to sacrifice his body and take the charge.
The Grizzlies trail by 5. Here's Edey, defended by Drummond. Edey gets the bucket. And Greg, you talk about toughness, a compete factor. How does a team create that culture?
Call it critical mass. When you have the entire organization and enough players committed to that kind of effort, everyone has to meet that level.
For Memphis, they've gone 3 of 5 to start the second half, developing a nice rhythm out there. They get it back. Outside for Bagley. Maxey against Morant. Now, here's Bagley. He's covered closely.
That's not the type of opportunity he fails to convert very often.
Pass to George. And he uses the glass on the layup. George has got 18 points in the game.
And we know George can score from all 3 levels, which is why he's capable of catching fire.
Here's Edey. Good. And the nice assist from Morant.
Assist from
Morant's got his 8th assist in the game. Drummond with a screen on Morant. Maxey passes to Drummond. Score that one for him. His 8th field goal. 8 for 11 on a very accurate night.
Well, if Drummond's going to score, the paint is where it's going to happen.
And 2 free throws coming up, unable to get that one to go. And here we go with the coach's challenge. Surprise in a competitive game like this. And he's disputing.
shooting from Memphis, Ja Morant at the line for 2.
Closer detail, what constitutes the original personal foul. Getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replay, you really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving and how fast the action really is and how hard it can be sometimes, you know, Greg, to make the right call. And so the word is in. They've decided that the call stands as it was made on the floor.
And, you know, even if a coach still feels this wasn't the right call, you got to acknowledge the effort being put in to reviewing it. The double checking, and the game continues on.
After back-to-back 50-win seasons, Stan, last season was frustrating for the Memphis Grizzlies in almost every way.
Yeah, that's an understatement, Kevin. They went 27 and 55. Due to suspension and injuries, they only got 9 games from their star, Ja Morant. But they still have a lot of young talent and still a team that can be very competitive in the future.
And you've got to admire the toughness that Embiid plays with. He doesn't let fouls stop him from scoring.
Morant, right side. Here's Edey. Rebound by the 76ers. Drummond's got 7 rebounds in the game. George dishes to Embiid. 51 seconds left here in the third quarter. George passes to Embiid, and they will get the basket here, folks, as they rule goaltending.
So close to getting the block there. You can live with those calls because you'd rather have a guy playing aggressive instead of playing it safe.
And again, Memphis no good. The 76ers leading by 8. Grimes passes to Embiid. Outside, Maxey. 27 seconds left to play in the third. And Embiid throws it down.
And he can do a lot more damage to the rim than that when he wants to.
Oh, you're right. Oh, and with the lead they're enjoying, I'm surprised he didn't put a little something extra on that one.
A little artistry in the painted area, converting against the size.
Yeah, he didn't let the defense affect him there. He just kept his focus.
And here's George for 3. Grizzlies with the rebound. And the foul is called. He intentionally grabbed him there for some reason. I don't know.
Kevin, all I can think of is that he's trying to slow the game down a little bit.
Right.
That's a stretch, though. Definitely a strange move on his part.
Both good from the line that time. With 1 on the clock, that shot is off. And so it's the Philadelphia 76ers with their lead standing at... And a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assists of the game.
And he may not be known as a pass-first guy playing out of the 2-guard spot, but he shows here that he can dole out an assist or two when he needs to.
Yeah, well, he looked like a pass-first point guard on this assist. Incredible instinct to feel the play develop and set up the score.
Well, what a terrific game it's been so far with this fourth quarter. Sure to bring more pressure-packed basketball. Andre Drummond is out there with Embiid. Then there's Maxey. Then it's George. And it's Grimes in at the 2. That's the group on the floor for Philadelphia. Payne for 3. And Philadelphia grabs the miss. Embiid's got his 7th rebound here tonight. From outside the arc. Kept alive. Here's he. Boom, he jams it straight down.
There's no bigger play in a close game than a putback slam.
Oh, and that one's got them all hyped up. Wow.
Yes, some guys shrink in big moments, and some rise to the occasion.
Drummond, no stopping him there. Jams it in as he's fouled. Chance now for a 3-point play. Akidi picks one up. And some stats here, guys. The scoring breakdown for the 76ers.
Well, they've clearly been focused on getting the ball inside. And up to this point, the defense has not had an answer.
And on top of that, they're getting a lot of points off assists. And it's always a good sign when your team is working as a cohesive unit.
Bagley sets a screen for Payne. And it's Morant missing. The 76ers leading by 7. And out of bounds as Memphis gains possession.
Memphis ball.
The Grizzlies have gone 1 of 5 from the field here in the fourth. A lot of misses, just the one make. Memphis moving it around. 3-pointer Bagley. Rebound by the 76ers. Out to the right wing. Here's Grimes, guarded by Payne. Now here is George. That's in for his 8th bucket tonight. A hot 8 for 11 shooting so far.
And moving George around the floor keeps the defense guessing.
Back to Morant. Fires the 3. Andre Drummond grabs the miss. Drummond's got double-digit rebounds now in the game. Drummond the screen. And George gets to Embiid. The shot's good on the assist by George. And the 76ers lead by 12.
What I like here, even with the big lead, they continue to execute their offense.
Yeah, to put together this kind of performance at both ends of the floor on the road, it's impressive.
George, that's a 2-pointer. Bagley with the rebound. And so it's Bagley with it. He brings it up for the Grizzlies. And then Morant slams it in.
Just as quick as anyone in this league, Morant can seemingly get to the hole at will.
Embiid the screen. In the corner, Drummond with it. Pass to Grimes. Payne with the steal. And it's Memphis on the break. Bagley from outside. That one's rebounded by Embiid. Embiid's got rebound number 9 now. What an effort here tonight. George passes to Drummond. Drummond with a screen on Bagley. The 76ers with another miss.
Not quite enough defense. That time around, just lucky he was off.
A shot by Wells, no good. They burn some clock if they want to.
And get a little breather as well.
And that one's good, Morant.
And you can see the confidence Morant possesses. He's fine testing his luck with the quick pull-up, Jay.
Maxey Maxey into the lane. The 76ers with another miss.
Well, he wants to shoot his way out of this cold spell, but the struggles continue.
Yeah, I get it, but you don't want him forcing things. It's better to get your shots within the flow of the offense.
Bagley sends a screen for Morant. Misses the three. The 76ers leading by 7. Money!
Stepping up, Bagley lives to compete. He wants the ball when the game is on the line.
Embiid finds Maxey. Embiid sets the pick for Maxey. And there's the 3-second call, this one on the defense. And he shows the focus there, nails the technical.
Well, that goes down as one of those mistakes where you're giving away points.
Embiid with the screen on Morant. Outside, George. Just 3 to shoot. To the paint. And they force the shot clock violation. Great D.
Grizzlies ball.
Memphis with the ball. 6-point game. Yes! What a beautiful shot to bring him to within 3.
A huge shot from Morant. Wow, you see why they put the ball in his hands in those situations.
And Drummond throws it down.
And answering the call, Andre Drummond giving this team some huge buckets down the stretch.
Morant kicks to Wells. It falls! And he has brought them to within 2 points.
That is world class.
Yeah, and I can say from experience, his coach just breathed a huge sigh of relief.
And they commit an intentional foul. We'll see another one of those so they can get into the penalty.
Yeah, you can't let them hold the ball and just milk those last seconds away.
8 seconds left here in the fourth quarter. And now we've got the intentional foul.
Man, it took forever for them to commit that foul. I don't know why they didn't do it right away. Those are precious seconds.
And so he drops them both. It's a 4-point ball game.
Those free throws are the nail in the coffin, guys.
Morant drives in. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. That one on Maxey.
Yeah, just nice strength there, and then just off with the shot.
Both free throws good from Morant. And now they foul and stop the clock.
You have to foul, but I'm sure they would have liked to foul someone different.
First free throw is good, and that makes it a 3-point lead. And so both free throws are good, and it's a 4-point ball game. Morant, that's for 2, offline. So it's Philadelphia taking the W in a close one here. They didn't make it easy on themselves or their fans. But in the end, everyone. Thank you, David. And that about wraps it up. So for Stan Van Gundy, Greg Anthony, and David Older.
power forward. 7 foot.
And Clark, for these two teams, a lot of their action runs through the front court.
You're exactly right, BA, and I think that's where the game's going to ultimately be decided. I mean, we have to see which set of these bigs is going to impose their will, not just offensively, but defensively too.
And the starting group for Chicago. Jalen Smith is out there with Buzelis. Then it's Josh Giddey. Then there's Nikola Vucevic. And it's Ball in at the 2 spot. Vucevic's shot is off. Here's Philadelphia. Here's Grimes. And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line.
First personal foul.
That's on Jalen Smith.
Yeah, really left him no choice there. He had to foul and keep him from converting the easy bucket.
And Clark, this last summer, former Sixer Doug Collins inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Yeah, well-deserved honor for Doug. I mean, he's Philly's former #1 overall pick back in 1973, and he played almost a decade there for the Sixers. Also coached the Sixers, among many other teams that he had a chance to coach in the NBA, but clearly an NBA lifer and one of the best guys that's part of the NBA fraternity.
4 on the clock. Played it in with a nice touch off the window.
Well, that's just strength there. That's what we call weight room. The power of Vucevic on display.
Maxey against Giddey. And here's Drummond. Inside. And so it looks like it'll be Philadelphia ball.
Sixers ball.
Now here's George. Not a lot of room. Embiid finds Maxey. 6 to shoot. Unloads from 13. Philadelphia with another miss.
Couldn't quite line that one up. Just got to shake it off and move on to the next one.
The 3, Smith. Yes, sir. And it's Ball with the assist that time.
And when Ball has the ball, it's in good hands. He can run the offense, no doubt.
Screen by Embiid. And Josh Giddey is going to pick up the foul. That's his first foul of the game.
Second team foul.
So it's Philadelphia now. Maxey passes to Drummond. Another shot. And it's Chicago with a board. Here's Giddey. Pass to Vucevic. Misses the 3. The 76ers have gone 1 of 5 to start things off. What a...
Oh, are you kidding me? Wow, man. And you know what? For me, these dunks show exactly how great an athlete George is. I mean, sometimes you're surprised that the basket doesn't come down with the force he punches it with.
Now here's Vucevic. Sinks it from distance. Vucevic has got 5 now.
Pick works well there, but the defense left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, that's not the defense you need. You got to be tougher defensively.
George drives in and out of bounds. It'll be Chicago ball.
Chicago ball.
And here in the first, about 3 minutes in. Now Giddey.
2 minutes remaining in the first.
Pass to Smith. Vucevic with it. Smith outside. Back to Vucevic. The kick out to Ball. From deep, Giddey. The rebound by Embiid. And Embiid has got the ball here for the Philadelphia 76ers. Trailing by 2. Here's Drummond. Got it. Good job in the low post.
When Drummond's points come, they tend to come inside. He's got a lot of ways to beat you down low.
Vucevic, a screen on Maxey. Here's Giddey. No good with a layup. The 76ers have gone 3 of 8 so far. To the inside, Embiid. And it's cleared by Vucevic. Vucevic has got 4 rebounds now. Here's Buzelis. It's rebounded by George. The 76ers shooting 33% in the first quarter. Pass to Drummond. Up top, Maxey. Back to Drummond. And a big-time jam. He slams it right over Vucevic.
Boy, look at the big guy getting tricky. Drummond doesn't waste a chance to get creative at the rim. That's pretty impressive for a big guy.
Giddey into the lane. Now Ball. Smith outside. Vucevic, a screen on Embiid. Just 5 to shoot. Smith. Embiid with the nice defensive effort. Outside Maxey. Down low. And then Embiid with the dunk.
Knew exactly where his teammate would be. That's a product of good chemistry.
The assist from Tyrese.
And the power finish by Vucevic.
And this guy, to me, embodies determination. Small at his position, but he still gets up and keeps plays alive. That's mind over matter for sure.
And at the end of one, a closely contested game so far. And this has been a fairly close game through the first quarter. We'll see what happens here in the second. And looking at what we've seen from Philadelphia, what do you guys think?
Give it up for their D. They're battling, communicating, and coming up with key stops.
They've got them rattled. It's only the first quarter, and already they've made enough big plays on defense to last really an entire game.
On the court right now, second quarter for the Bulls. They've got Lonzo Ball, Smith out there with Nikola Vucevic. Then it's Josh Giddey, and it's Buzelis in at the 3. Fast break, Philadelphia. George has the open look. Again, the Sixers score.
Nice rhythm to that play right there, and George was ready to fire.
Well, the last time the Bulls won a playoff series was back in 2015, Grant.
That was back when Butler and Rose were their leading scorers. And that just shows you just how long it's been. But they've been stuck in mediocrity ever since. And right now, they are desperate for a breakthrough season.
That's good from Drummond on the assist from Maxey. Drummond's got 6 points.
And, you know, Drummond has no problem playing through contact. He excels at using that strong body of his to fight through contact and finish.
Rock the baby, working the size advantage inside.
Let's get a quick check of the scoring breakdown here for the 76ers.
They've been really going at the defense in the painted area. And so far, the opposition really hasn't had an answer for them.
I would like to highlight, too, guys, the excellent passing they've done early on. I mean, they've done a really good job putting the ball into the hands of guys ready to shoot it.
The kick out to Ball. Pass to Vucevic. Back to Ball. Giddey with it. And here's Ball. Here's the 3. Paul George pulls down the board. Second quarter, a little over a minute and a half in. To the paint. Here's Drummond. Oh, and the dunk by Drummond!
You know, Drummond always looks like he's trying to tear the basket down when he dunks.
Pass to Vucevic. Launches it from deep. The shot's good on the assist by Giddey. Giddey's got 3 assists now in this one.
impressive offensive versatility for big. He can show you a variety of looks.
Maxey surveys. And it's Giddey with a rebound.
Boy, that's a look he has to finish, and he knows it. Lone opportunity.
And you watch Tyrese Maxey, Clark. He's so good at creating offense.
Yeah, he can get that thing rack to rack and downhill in a heartbeat, BA. In the break and in the pick and roll, he puts tons of pressure on the defense because he's so quick. And he knows how to use angles, too. and he can shoot it from deep, so he's got the full package.
Maxey passes to Grimes. To the inside, Embiid. And Embiid throws it down.
Got pity for that rim right there, Joel Embiid. That's a big man banging that thing down.
Quarter number 2 and around 3 minutes gone by. Giddey passes to Smith. The kick out to Ball. Back to Smith. Joel Embiid with the board. Embiid's got 4 rebounds in the game. All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
You gotta love Tyrese Maxey's approach to the game. He said, quote, "I really have a simple life. I have this joy about playing basketball. I like putting in the work, so I'm extremely focused, extremely competitive, and I'm out here having the time of my life. I get to do what I love every single day, and it's a blessing," unquote. Ryan, he's such a positive guy.
Yeah, he really is. Thanks for that, Allie.
One of the most impressive things about Ball is his awareness. He's got great court awareness and is a terrific distributor.
Drummond to screen on Ball. For 3, Maxey. Rebound by the Bulls. We've got 1:08 left to play in the half. Here's Buzelis. And the shot counts. He's fouled, and it's a chance for a 3-point play. All right, guys, what do you think so far about the offensive approach for Chicago?
Well, in today's NBA, the three-point shot is so valuable. They realize this, and that's why they're continuing to drain as many as they can.
I also like the way they've been able to penetrate. Penetration has led to some big buckets as a result.
His hang time on the rim puts a sweet cherry on top, BA.
It's a close game, and those displays of explosiveness can jumpstart a team.
And can put the other team on its heels. We'll see how it plays out.
It's one thing to prevent the layup. It's another to do it without fouling. Just terrific defense.
The kick out to Maxey. Pass to Embiid. From deep three-point land. Rebound by the Bulls. Vucevic has got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. Here's Buzelis, and it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Smith.
Well, I think that pass caught him off guard, but he showed us board hands, too.
The 76ers have gotten 5 of their first 11 shots to fall here in the second quarter. Kicks it to George. Drummond with the screen. Uncovered. George with the bucket. George has got 6.
Really difficult to contain Paul George in these pick and roll sets because of his speed. I mean, that's one element that gives him a great advantage. He's really good at making decisions in tight spaces and in these pick and roll situations.
3 seconds left. Oh, the dunk by Smith.
He's been playing great, unselfish basketball, really putting the rock in the hands of the right shooters.
He is delivering a lot of room service times tonight. One sweet one after another.
And we're through the first half of play here in what's been a good one. Chicago ahead. They're up by 2. We'll see you after halftime for the beginning of the third quarter. And we've got second half action for you. Thus far, a pretty evenly contested game. Man, we've seen Andre Drummond really having a great game.
And in the first half, he dominated in the post. He got the looks he wanted and was able to execute.
Yeah, you know what? I think he's doing exactly what he has to do. Using his body, shaking off contact, and then finishing at the rim.
They've got Andre Drummond. Joel Embiid is out there with George. Then there's Tyrese Maxey, and it's Grimes in at point. That's the group for Nick Nurse getting going here in the second half. It's stolen by Drummond. George, right side. Pass to Embiid. And there's the call on Lonzo Ball. That's his first foul. Clark, one topic that gets its share of attention, illegal screens.
And with good reason, because guys are bigger, stronger, a lot of pick and roll action. So you've got to be more diligent in cracking down on those things that are illegal. The game is extremely fluid. Guys are in constant motion. But I think it's a hard call to make consistently, but the officials have to keep working at it.
Now here's Ball. Still without a bucket. And there's the drive. Vucevic. Oh, rejected by Drummond.
You got to be careful shooting around Drummond. I mean, he has a really good knack for when to go for the blocks.
Pass to Embiid. Kicks it to George. Shot clock at 6. Back to Embiid. It counts! And the foul! That's on Jalen Smith.
You know, it's the muscle and size of Embiid that allow him to score through contact.
Clark, one of the league's premier scorers. Embiid does a lot of damage in the mid-range.
I tell you, for a guy as big as he is, I just marvel at his touch, his footwork, and the fact that he scores at all 3 levels. He scores at the rim, mid-range, he's dangerous, and then the three-point shot is one that he can knock down with decent regularity. So at his size, most would like to see him attack the rim more, but I still marvel at his versatility as a scorer.
Back to Embiid. Let's go with a 3. Yes, sir! Embiid from distance.
Trading the lead back and forth, neither side is willing to back down.
Yeah, and the lead has changed hands, and it just hasn't stayed in those hands very long when it's changed. Back and forth we go.
Picked by Vucevic. Here's Giddey. That one falls. Giddey's gotten 4 this quarter.
Gotta fight harder to get over those screens.
Well, I'm going to credit the screen. I mean, that's a good, strong pick he lays there.
Grimes, the pass to Drummond. Outside Maxey. Now Embiid. Here's Grimes. The reverse. And it's cleared by Vucevic. Vucevic has got double-digit rebounds now in the game. Ball against Maxey. Pass to Vucevic. No good from outside. The 76ers have got 2 of 3 from the floor in this third quarter. Here's Grimes. From down in the low post, it goes. And the 76ers lead by 2.
Well, Maxey continues improving as a facilitator, finding these opportunities to get the ball moving.
Picked by Smith. Outside Giddey. Pass to Vucevic. And it's off from 3-point range.
I think he's gone completely dry. Nothing is hitting.
And, you know, you can sense his frustration. This is going to be a test of his resolve here.
Embiid passes to Drummond. And here is Maxey, covered by Smith. Back to Drummond. And it's cleared by Vucevic. And Giddey has got the ball here for the Bulls. A minute 6 left in the third quarter here. Ooh, coming through again, shooting 5 for 7 now.
The defense couldn't collapse quickly enough.
Ball against Maxey. To the middle. Here's Drummond. Kicks it to George. Pass to Embiid. Back to George. Maxey against Ball. Tries again. And it's Maxey missing. The Bulls have gotten just 3 of 8 shots to go in the third quarter. And Ball throws it down.
Nice quickness displayed there by Ball. Lethal in the open floor. Actually, that's his best game, open court basketball. Tough matchup for the D.
5-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. Embiid is screen on Ball. Maxey passes to Embiid. And it's Maxey missing. Ball outside. Pass to Vucevic. It's still anybody's game as we reach the end of 3. Chicago ahead, up 2. And a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
He's always near the top of the list for this honor. I mean, passes like these are his specialty.
Well, you can't run away from the DNA. When he's running the show, he makes sweet highlight reel plays night in and night out.
And with 3 quarters behind us, we'll start the 4th in what is still anybody's ball game. On the court for the Bulls, getting the 4th quarter going. Nikola Vucevic is out there with Smith. Then it's Buzelis. Then it's Josh Giddey. And it's Ball in at the shooting guard position. Now here's George. Defense is right there. Offensive board. Here's Drummond. And the layup falls.
You know, I would venture to say if you didn't run one play for Drummond all night, he still could score in double digits. He is an incredible offensive rebounder.
Now here's Giddey, guarded closely. Pass to Vucevic. And they get it back. Giddey passes to Vucevic. It's Giddey on the wing. The Bulls need to get off a shot. Out of bounds. It'll be Sixers ball.
Sixers ball.
Just over a minute played here in the 4th. Here's Grimes on the take. And so it looks like it'll be Philadelphia ball.
Philadelphia ball.
Here's Maxey. Drummond to screen on Ball. It's George on the wing. Drops in the 3. And that'll tie this game up.
Smooth and consistent. That's how I describe George's three-point shooting.
Picked by Vucevic. Lets a floater go. Ball outside. Pass to Giddey. Driving in. It's hauled in by the Sixers. Embiid's got rebound number 7 tonight. Maxey on the wing. Drummond with the ball. Shoots over Vucevic. Here's Grimes. Embiid passes to George. And it goes out of bounds. Last touch by George. Here's Giddey. Pass to Vucevic. Now Ball. The 3 is up. The Bulls with another miss. Just under 2.5 minutes gone by now in the final quarter. And for some reason, he decided to foul there.
Yeah, B.A., that's an odd move. Maybe there's something else behind it. I mean, I'm just not sure what he was thinking right there. I mean, he needs to get his head in the game.
Yeah, yeah, completely a brain fade. I don't know where that came from. Just lost sense of time and the situation. So Embiid on top of things there, folks, recognizing a big possession and commanding the ball.
The Bulls have gotten only 1 of 5 to fall here in the 4th. Pass to Giddey to win the drought. Ooh, making his presence felt here. He's now 6 for 9 in this game. This is the very definition of a back-and-forth contest.
Yes, neither side taking its foot off the gas. I'm expecting a spectacular finish.
Grimes, pass to Embiid, and Vucevic over to help. Now here's Embiid. 6 on the shot clock. Down low. And Embiid fires it home.
You know, with his size and offensive versatility, the defense really has its hands full with Embiid.
To the right side. Smith passes to Ball. Smith with a screen on Maxey. Ball with it. Picked up by Embiid. And he's going to the line for 2. And no surprise here. At this stage of the game, they're going to use the coach's challenge to make them take another look at the call.
At the line for the Bulls, Jalen Smith taking 2 shots. The play will be reviewed under NBA rules.
The NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
Drummond to screen on Smith. Here's George. Ooh, a clear foul there on the missed shot. And with this game coming down to the wire, they're quick to use their coach's challenge. Asking for a review. This could be a big call.
People were worried that this would slow the NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach.
The officials will have 2 minutes to review the play.
Stands. Refs take another look. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Hey guys, Billy Donovan was just reviewing the plan with his team. He told the team he has complete faith in them, saying, we're right there, now we just got to make that push and really take hold of the game. We can do that. To me, it looked like his players are on the same page with him. Guys, back to you.
Allie, thank you. Second one is good, getting both at the line. And it's a three-point game.
And he doesn't let the pressure get to him. Cool and confident from the line.
Ball with it. 4-3. Joel Embiid with the board. Now Philadelphia with it. They're on an 11-3 run. And he drives in. George for three. Again gets it to go. He can't miss. 5 for 5.
Hey, you know that George is going to take the shot when the game is up for grabs. I mean, that's who he is, and that's what's expected of him. He's an exceptional decision maker in these situations, which makes it even more obvious.
8-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. Drummond passes to Maxey. Inside, Embiid. Oh, missed the layup. He had him with the pump fake. To the paint. Yes!
He knew exactly where his man was going to be. Outstanding lead pass.
Here's Grimes. And here is Maxey. So a close game sees Philadelphia taking this one. Boy, a hard-fought game. Allie, thank you as always. And that about wraps it up. For Clark Kellogg, Allie.
Let's bring out the starters.
It's kind of a lopsided matchup tonight in some regards, but everyone loves an underdog.
Yeah, let's not forget, this is the NBA. Anything can happen, and even lower-ranked teams are elite. We could still have a real contest on our hands tonight.
Here are the starters for Los Angeles. Outside, the wings are Reeves and James. Rui Hachimura out there with Hayes. And it's Doncic in at the point. That one is good from Joel Embiid.
The footwork, the patience, watching Embiid go to work inside is just a treat.
Here's Doncic. It's good. He makes his first shot of the game.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. You'll gladly take those.
Yep, that one goes in there.
Pursues the offensive glass with purpose. Drummond knows who he is, and boy, does he attack him.
Doncic outside. To the middle. Here's Hachimura. Back to Doncic. Hachimura setting the pick for Doncic. Shot clock at 6. Hachimura, no good.
That's not the type of opportunity he fails to convert very often.
And George kicks to Drummond. Maxey looking it over. Back to Drummond. And it's Drummond with the jam.
Once Drummond gets the ball there, you can kiss it goodbye.
And while Embiid was on record praising the importance of continuity, I don't know that, Richard, the 76ers front office felt the same way.
Oh, yeah. What you say out loud versus your actions can be very, very different in this game. When you have a chance to go big game hunting, you do. The goal was to bring in some help for Embiid and Maxey, and they accomplished it.
And the ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by James. '76ers have gone 3 of 5 shooting the ball so far. Embiid with the screen on Reeves. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line. With the league's 65-game rule, Joel Embiid might have trouble making another All-NBA team.
Yeah, he's only reached that 65-game mark twice in his career. But he's still a lock to make the Hall of Fame, Kevin, because of how dominant he is when he plays. And look, he's already got an MVP.
Now here is Hachimura. Pass to Hayes. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line. Andre Drummond picks one up.
And you don't ever want to get into the habit of letting the offense get to the rim.
He hits the second from the line. First quarter of ball, almost 2.5 minutes in. LeBron against George. Reeves with the rebound. Lakers trail by 5. And LeBron with the basket, the assist by Hayes.
A monster down low. LeBron James, the rare package of skill, size, and athleticism.
And too much time in the lane. They get called for the 3-second violation.
Lakers ball.
First quarter of play. We're about 3 minutes in. Reeves the pass to Hachimura. There's the triple. Buries the long-range jumper. And that'll tie this game up.
Just solid with the jump shot. Hachimura helps your offense in a number of ways. In that case, spacing the floor.
Maxey, no good.
And the defense dodged one right there. Not the guy you want to leave open.
Here's Doncic. And that won't go, missing the go-ahead bucket. It's stolen by Hachimura. Over in the corner, Doncic. First quarter of play and just over 3.5 minutes in. Hachimura, no good. Hachimura's gone 1 of 4 so far. George passes to Drummond. High post, Embiid. He's against Hachimura. It's good. Nice touch there from Maxey.
Recognize the D is closing in. Maxey letting it go.
And with an update from the sideline, let's check in with David Aldridge.
I caught up with Coach Nick Nurse. Undoubtedly, their defensive focus is trying to limit Luka Doncic. Coach told me Luka is a great player who impacts the game on so many levels. No one has been able to shut him down. We just need to play with physicality and make him work for everything. We'll see how they handle one of the toughest matchups in the NBA. Guys?
Thanks, David. And an intentional foul right there.
Personal foul. Second team foul.
Off the inbound, and it's good on the way up. Embiid's got 6.
Yeah, another nice bucket down low. They've really been able to work the ball into the post effectively here so far.
Now here's LeBron. Doncic kicks to Hayes. Pass to Hachimura. It's hauled in by the 76ers. Embiid's got 4 rebounds now tonight. Here's George driving to the basket. And it's George finishing it off.
A fantastic shooter from deep. George forces defenders out. And then that just opens up the driving lanes for him.
Reeves the pass to Hachimura. 2 on the clock. And we've reached the end of the first quarter. 76ers lead by 5. And if you're just joining us, we've played through 1 quarter in this one. And a moment now to look at the scoring approach in terms of where the points are coming from here for the 76ers.
So far, they haven't had to force anything. They're swinging the ball around and turning good passing into points.
You also have to admire how they challenge the defense inside, getting a lot of points in the paint.
Taking a look at Los Angeles. In it forward for him, it's James and Hachimura. Doncic out there with Austin Reeves. And it's Hayes in at the center. And he makes that one. He has 5.
And certain guys dictate the pace of the game. Doncic as much as anyone.
Up top, Maxey. He's defended by Reeves. And you hear Richard about players dunking and putting a hurting on the rim, but that iron sometimes can put a hurting on a player's hands too, right?
Oh, and then when you get older, those landings, they can start to hurt too. End of the day, there's a price to be paid for all that high-flying and rim wrecking, and it's worth it. And it's a luxury to have a great shooter like him at the line. Very rarely see a miss.
Doncic passes to Hayes, and stolen by Drummond. George looking around. George double teamed. And wrestling for it there, but no one has possession. We'll have a jump ball.
Jump ball call.
Embiid against Reeves. 6 to shoot. Stolen by Reeves. And here we go. Fast break. James has got it. Doncic, no good. The 76ers leading by 7. Inside, Hayes with the steal. Nice ball movement here by the Lakers. Kicks it out to LeBron. LeBron, a screen on George. Back to LeBron. Pass to Hachimura. Here's the 3. Good. And the assist goes to Doncic. Hachimura's got 6.
Just a super unselfish guy. Doncic is all for getting his guys going. Enjoys setting the table.
Here's Maxey. Connects from 3-point range. Maxey's got the lead up to 7 now for the 76ers. For Los Angeles, they've gone 2 of 3 from the field here to open the second quarter. This team has handed a lot of responsibility to Tyrese Maxey, but Greg, he's lived up to it.
And has grown very well into his role with the team. Shown that he can be a scorer all over the floor. Amazing to think how far he's come in such a short amount of time.
With a short break in the action, gives us a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge.
Kevin, thank you. Tyrese Maxey has stepped up into a starring role with the 76ers. He says these guys have the ultimate confidence in me, all the way from the organization down to the players. So I can just go out there and be aggressive, play my game, even through mistakes. It's all part of extraordinary growth for the guard. Kevin?
EA thanks. He is rewarding their faith. And I love his statement on growth. He's always looking to expand. Embiid wide open. Here's Drummond, banked in off the glass. 8 points for him.
Yeah, coach's pet peeve there. No box out.
Yeah, you think you gotta stop, and it's wasted because of sloppy work on the glass. You literally practice that every day.
George against LeBron. That's a floater go. They recover it. Embiid sets the pick for Maxey. Back to Embiid. Shot clock at 5. Grimes passes to Embiid. They turn over the 24-second buzzer, signaling the shot clock violation.
Lakers ball.
Those are the turnovers that have coaches pulling their hair out. Why do you think I'm bald?
Connect. He's checked in for Hachimura. Lakers trail by 9. We've got 1:18 left in the first half of basketball. Paul George with the steal. To the middle. Here's Embiid. A chance there to push it to double digits, but it's off the mark. To the paint. They need this one. And the dunk by James.
This is classic LeBron leaping off the floor for a powerful dunk.
And the foul called on Austin Reeves.
Austin Reeves.
That is his first foul of the game.
Personal foul. Second team foul.
Stolen by Reeves. And pushing it up. Here's Los Angeles. And the dunk by Doncic.
And you can tell that Doncic loves leaking out. They're able to get to the right spot there in transition.
Embiid with a screen on Reeves. Pass to Embiid. Here's Maxey. Gets the three-pointer to fall. Maxey's got 6 in the quarter.
And we talk about the importance of versatility. He's really got it all on the offensive end.
Connect with it. Just 5 to shoot. The Lakers need to get a shot off here. Here's Hayes going inside, and it's good. The time running down on the shot clock. Hayes has got 7 points. Here's Grimes, still without a basket. Embiid, no good. And so it's the Philadelphia 76ers with their lead standing at 6 points here at the end of the quarter. Hey, play, thanks so much, David, and we'll step away briefly, but get you right back out here for the start of the third quarter after this break. And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been fairly even so far. You have to like what we're seeing from Tyrese Maxey.
You just love the patience in that first half. Waited until he got the look he wanted.
You love guys who can get their shot within the flow of the offense.
Embiid is out there with Andre Drummond. Then there's Maxey. Then it's George. And it's Grimes in at the 1 spot. That's Nick Nurse's 5 as we get into the second half. Down low, there's Embiid. Red Walker, Joel Embiid.
Defense looks helpless against Embiid on that slam. He's just too physical.
Doncic dishes to Hayes. Connect with a wide open look. Hits it from three-point range. Connects, got himself going there. His first points of the game on the deep ball. Philadelphia leading by 5 as a junior college product. Dalton Connect, Greg, didn't have a traditional path to the NBA.
Yeah, Kevin, spent 2 years at a JC, 2 more at a small Division I program, then used his extra year of eligibility to transfer to Tennessee. And there he became a first-team All-American and turned himself into a first-round pick.
I think of Andre Drummond as a big man man's big man. He's a steadfast presence in the paint who really focuses on owning the backboard and attacking the rim.
And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Luka Doncic. That is his first foul of the game.
Yeah, way to get there first and be willing to absorb the contact.
And with a little over a minute gone, the second half is underway. Embiid from outside. Outside, George. Back to Drummond. 6 on the shot clock. Pass to George. There's the 3. Sinks the triple. George has got the lead up to 10 now for the 76ers.
Quick decision right there from George, not giving the D any time to react.
Doncic passes to Hayes. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. He's made one and missed one so far in the game.
And you know, you'll take what he can give you from the free throw line. Looking at his numbers, just really not one of his strengths. Shooting in the low 60s last season.
Grimes passes to George. Embiid from outside. It's hauled in by Los Angeles. Into the third we go. 2 minutes in now.
Strong move to the 10, trying to get his guys going.
Hard not to get motivated, GA, right when your teammate makes that kind of play.
And that could be the spark they needed to make a little run as they try to even this thing up.
Basket good. And that's 12 points for Andre Drummond.
What a read by Max. He sees how the play opens up and sends the ball that way.
Hayes with the screen for Doncic. On the wing, Reeves. He's covered by Maxey. Screen by James. Doncic dishes to LeBron. That shot misses. Good D by Drummond. George with the ball. Connect picks him up. And it's George finishing it off.
Punishing the rim there. When George makes up his mind he's going to dunk it, there is not much you can do.
To the inside, Hayes. Rebound, Andre Drummond. Drummond's got 10 rebounds here tonight. So active. George passes to Grimes. Stolen by Reeves. And pushing it up. Here's Los Angeles. No one near Doncic as he lets it fly. And again, no good by the Lakers. The 76ers leading by 10. 1:37 left in the third quarter of the game. George with the bucket.
Unwilling to let up even for a moment. That's his killer instinct, just fanning the flame.
Always plays hard until the final whistle, no matter what the situation is.
And great court awareness there helps Luka find an opening, then he just explodes on the drive.
To the middle. And it's Drummond with the jam.
And really the story of this second half, one team getting the shots they want, the other not so much.
And start with their defense. They've been intense on that end, and they can actually help their offense as well.
They get it again. Whistle blows. Basket is good. So a chance here for a three-point play.
Those are some hustle points. Really bonus points when you put in a miss.
And guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for the 76ers?
They're moving the ball around so well, guys. Quick passes, letting the next guy do the work if you don't have a look.
And another area they've separated themselves has been their three-point shooting, making the defense pay for any airspace.
Grimes passes to Drummond. Shot clock at 6. Down low, there's Embiid, and the dunk by Embiid.
And that's how you lead a team, literally.
Doncic outside. Pass to Hayes. James with it. And here's Doncic from the arc. Andre Drummond grabs the miss. Drummond's got rebound number 12 here already in the game. On the wing, George. 9 points in the game so far. And the shot goes in. George has got the lead up to 13 now for Philadelphia.
And even with the big lead, he remains focused on the task at hand.
If he has space in the mid-range, he'll let it fly. Doesn't matter if the score is tied or they are up big.
And so it's Philadelphia. 13 points up at the end of the period. They've been putting on a clinic in the paint. Shots are falling with regularity, and they are pounding it down low. We'll return shortly. And let's take this chance now to show you the State Farm assist of the game.
And how about the big fella here showing us he's got some point guard skill here with the tremendous setup.
And for the defense, it's so tough to guard a big man with that kind of court vision and dime-dropping ability.
And 1 quarter to go in a game that to this point has not been an evenly fought contest. Taking a look at the Lakers. We've got Connect. Austin Reeves out there with Luka Doncic. Then it's James. And it's Hayes in at the center, filling out the middle.
Let me tell you from experience, when LeBron James is locked in on defense, that's a scary sight for a team.
Doncic feeling it out. On the wing, Reeves. James sets the screen for Reeves. The kick out to LeBron. Latrey. Offensive rebound. Here's Connect. Pass to Doncic. And Philadelphia grabs the miss. Drummond's got 13 rebounds in the game. Class eating. Here's Embiid, and Embiid throws it down.
You can tell Maxey enjoys moving the ball. He likes setting up other guys.
And here's Doncic from the arc. LeBron kicks to Doncic. Fades back. That's good, and the 76ers lead is cut to just 9 points on the basket from LeBron.
When he gets a quality look like this at the perimeter, he can almost be automatic.
It's blocked. Here's Connect, defended by George. Hayes dishes to Doncic. Nice ball movement here by the Lakers. Now Connect. Reeves in the corner. Here's Hayes. With the clock winding down, and Hayes throws it down.
And when he's on the floor, offensive rebounding is always going to be a strength for him.
Greg, he keeps so many possessions alive, doesn't he?
Yeah, you can feel Coach smiling on the sideline with every offensive board.
And now they decide to foul intentionally.
Yeah, not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
Just a little under 2.5 minutes have passed now here in the fourth. Here's Maxey. Carries it from three-point range.
He's found his rhythm from deep, and you can see the confidence.
And, of course, it helps space the floor, which gives this offense more room to operate.
Pass to Connect. Back to Doncic. LeBron sets the screen for Doncic. Clock at 6. Looking to get it going. Embiid with the steal. Reeves against Maxey. Now here's Embiid. Leaps for it. Grimes passes to George. And here's Embiid. Drummond in the post. Working on Hayes. And he's fouled pretty hard on that shot, but he's got the chance to pick up the points at the line.
Yeah, stiff defense gives Drummond some trouble on that shot, but he stays cool and gets a trip to the line.
He doesn't get the second one. Lakers trail by 11. Doncic fires from way outside. Wow, drew the contact, and that three almost went in, so he'll go to the line for 3 free throws.
Eye-popping talent from Doncic. We don't see many players with his size and skill set.
And so he's good on all 3 free throws, and that brings them within 8. For Philadelphia, they've gone just 33% from the field in the fourth quarter so far. They are 2 of 6. Reeves with the rebound. Los Angeles has gotten a lot of looks from outside tonight, 5 of 12. The offensive rebound. The 76ers leading by 8. Outside, Maxey. to the paint. Here's Drummond. Back to Maxey. Doncic with the steal. Reeves against Maxey. Hayes. And again, no good by the Lakers. Philadelphia's gone 1 of 2 from three-point range here in the fourth. Pass to Embiid. The three. A shot's good on the assist by Jordan. And the 76ers lead by 11.
And we'll just watch the clock wind down, guys, in what will turn out to be a win here for the 76ers.
Not only did they shoot the ball better, but they had more assists.
Yeah, I thought the passing in terms of finding the open man gave them the higher percentage shots. The ball movement was key for the win.
And one of the key components to this victory, if not the biggest, was the incredible performance for Andre Drummond.
Honestly, I just love how relentless he is on the glass, making a big effort to pull the ball in and give his teammates extra chances.
3 seconds separate the shot clock and game clock. Here's George. Pass to Embiid. Fires from deep. And Drummond kicks to Maxey. So it's the 76ers winning this one easily. Even early on in this one, it seemed like they were happy to be playing at home tonight.
And it makes a big difference. Once they started to really play in rhythm, you never felt like they had any doubts as to whether or not they were going to win.
Thank you. It's time now to go. Thank you for that, David. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. Along with Greg Anthony, Richard Jefferson.
Up next, the Grizzlies taking on the 76ers. For the Grizzlies, welcome all. Thanks for tuning. And both backcourts in this one stand cream of the crop.
Well, a lot of people would say that this is a guard-oriented league. I think it's a league of all the positions, but tonight, certainly, whoever can win that guard battle will probably go home with the W.
Certainly the headliner tonight. Now a look at Philadelphia's starting lineup. We've got George. Joel Embiid is out there with Andre Drummond. Then there's Tyrese Maxey, and it's Grimes in at the 2.
Yeah, that's how Jackson's most effective, playing aggressive around the basket.
Drummond up top. George peels it out a bit. Shot clock at 6. The rebound by Jackson. And up the court come the Grizzlies on the break. And it's Morant missing. And about a minute gone in the first quarter. George's shot is good.
Gets the ball and takes the shot. It's that easy for Paul George.
And one thing you can say about the Memphis Grizzlies, they are disruptive defensively, Stan.
Yeah, Brian, they've been in the top 5 in the league in steals, blocks, turnovers forced over the last few years. And let's face it, they're aggressive offensively as well. This team attacks at both ends of the court.
Out of bounds, it'll be Memphis's ball. First quarter of play with about a minute and a half gone by. Edey for 3. He can't get that one to fall.
And you just can't afford to give up that kind of look very often.
And Drummond with the jam.
So much force. Easy money for Drummond.
Now here's Morant. Edey for 3. Sinks. The tray. Edey's got 5 now.
And that's what they want to do. Get him open looks early.
Maxey against Morant. Down low. Kicks it to George. Drummond to screen on Jackson. Here's George. Oh, it's blocked by Jackson.
The attention to detail on defense. Jackson reads shooters well and knows when to go for blocks.
The 76ers have gone just 2 for 4 from the floor. Embiid got a piece of it. Outside Maxey. Back to George. Stolen by Jackson. Jumps up. Oh, the big finish by Bagley.
Strong anticipation from Jackson on the dish. Coaches love to see that out of their big men.
Embiid a screen on Morant. Pass to Embiid. There's the triple. It's rebounded by Memphis. And in the first quarter, about 3 minutes played. Oh, George with a steal. Puts up a 3. The shot, no good. And so it's Morant who brings up the ball for the Memphis Grizzlies. Well, Grant, you often hear about how smooth Paul George's game is.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. Young players can learn a lot by watching his footwork. His timing, his ability to find the space he needs, it's just tremendous.
Embiid from outside. Sinks that one after missing his first 2 attempts. Now 1 for 3.
And we know Embiid has this kind of touch from deep. Nice triple.
So it'll be 2 free throws. And here comes the coach's challenge. He disagrees with the foul. He does not hesitate to ask for a second look. It's a pretty heated game. Every call matters.
Taking 2 shots. The play is under
the NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
And he knocks down the first one. Well, Coach, one of the more electric players in the NBA, Ja Morant.
Yeah, that's for sure, Brian. High-flying, acrobatic at the rim, just a supreme athlete, and he is without a doubt one of the most exciting players this league has to offer.
Out of bounds, it'll be Memphis' ball. Grizzlies lead by 6. Pass to Bagley. Here's Wells. Bagley sets a screen. Here's Edey. Embiid covers. 5 on the clock. It's stolen by Maxey. It's George on the wing. Hounded by Morant. George against Morant. George passes to Embiid. Back to George. Ooh, plenty of contact on that shot. Officials call the foul, and he'll take 2 free throws now. Ja Morant picks one up.
And just so hard to stop without fouling. I mean, George can beat you with length, with skill, and with intelligence.
And that one goes in. 2 from the line that time. Memphis has gone 1 for 3 from beyond the arc. Shot's good by Morant.
I mean, just an agile move by Morant down low, working around the contact and getting it to go.
Drummond to screen on Morant. Here's Maxey. And down it goes. 2 points.
Rock solid screen right there. The defender got completely lost.
Yeah, you've got to lock and trail hard. You can't allow him a clean look.
Edey, that's good.
Good execution. They're getting some short-range looks here.
76ers trail by 6. Drummond finds George. Back to Drummond. Pass to George. And so it's the Memphis Grizzlies with a 6-point lead at the close of the quarter. Great team defense on Paul George. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we played through 1 quarter of action so far. And let's quickly break down the game we've seen from Memphis.
Well, so far, they've got things rolling along nicely at the offensive end.
Yeah, they've looked sharp early on with their offense, getting good chances and converting what they've taken.
Jaren Jackson out there with Edey. Then there's Ja Morant. Then it's Marvin Bagley. And it's Wells in at the 2. That's the group for Memphis to kick off the second quarter. From deep, Morant. He can't hit that time. 76ers trail by 6. Here's Grimes. Takes it up with both hands and rips it down.
An aggressive move to a strong finish.
Yeah, and getting out in transition allows for some easy points before that defense is fully set.
Morant, no good. Morant's gone 1 of 5 from the field. Maxey against Morant. To the wing on the left. Now here's Embiid. He's closely guarded. And stolen by Bagley. It's an even 3-on-3 break. Here's Edey. Rebound by Philadelphia. It's George on the wing. Defended by Jackson. George passes to Drummond. And Stan, they always say, for a player, confidence is such a big part of it. How can a coach instill that in a player?
Well, as your coach, I think your job is to create a system that the players believe in and they believe they can have success in. The rest of it has to come from inside of the players. They have to believe in themselves.
Morant, the pass to Bagley. Good, and the setup by Morant. Morant's got 3 assists in the game.
I mean, I guess they're willing to give him that shot. They may want to rethink that strategy, though.
Pass to George. That's tipped. Here's Grimes. To the middle. Here's Embiid. The rebound by Edey.
Well, give credit to the defense for cutting him off. Normally, that'd be easy points for him at the rim.
Morant looking for an opening. Lets it go from deep. And another three for Memphis.
Yeah, Morant showing a bit of confidence knocking down that three.
Maxey against Morant. Maxey passes to Embiid. The kick out to Maxey. Here's Grimes to the inside. 6 to shoot. And stolen by Bagley. It's an even 3-on-3 break. And we're just over 2.5 minutes into the second. Here's Morant. A chance to extend the lead to double digits, but it's no good. Here's George. And George with the jam.
You gotta like the momentum on George's drive. Cutting into the defense and clearing himself a path.
Pass to Edey. And it's blocked by Embiid. And so the ball out of bounds. Embiid touched it last.
Remains Memphis ball.
Morant with it. Blocked again!
Yeah, imposing his will. Embiid sending a message with that rejection.
Just 5 on the clock. Here's Morant. Oh, just couldn't take the lid off. They had their chances. Came up empty. Pass to Embiid. George against Jackson. Back to Embiid. Here's Grimes. Off the mark there with a three. And it's Morant with the ball for the Grizzlies. They've only given up 6 here in this quarter. George with it. He's got 6. Pass to Embiid. Kicks it to George. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair. And they've stopped the action here. They're using their coach's challenge to see if they can get this foul overturned.
Paul George at the line for 2.
And even with the coach's challenge in place, we've seen so many
are allowed to review the play.
even after the video review.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
That's good from George.
And you got to give Paul George credit for his mental toughness. There's always lots of chatter out there, but he tunes it out and just focuses on his game.
Morant, the pass to Jackson. Good, and the setup by Morant. Jackson's got 5 now.
Yeah, showing off that ability to stretch the floor. Seems like everyone is a threat at the arc these days.
Inside, here's Embiid. Memphis with a rebound. Edey's got his 5th rebound in this one. Here's Morant, and it's blocked by Embiid. And that's out of bounds. Memphis will retain possession. .36 seconds left in the second. Out to Bagley. It's intercepted. Here's Grimes. Pass to Maxey. We've got 22 seconds left in the first half of this one. Here's Morant. Morant, look at the speed on the break.
Yeah, stepping in from the arc, Morant comfortable from there.
Drummond, the screen on Morant. Maxey passes to Embiid. Kept alive, out to the right wing. That'll do it for the first half. Grizzlies out in front, up by 10. And we'll see you back here after the break. Third quarter action in just a bit. And we've got third quarter basketball here. 2 quarters in the books. Boy, you got to like what Ja Morant has done in this game.
I'll tell you what, he's still working on his playmaking skills, but he's been tremendous so far in finding the open man.
Well, the way I see it, it's an added bonus. And you can see team chemistry really growing as a result of him racking up the assists.
So on the floor for Philadelphia, Joel Embiid is out there with Andre Drummond. Then there's George, then it's Maxey, and it's Grimes in at the 2 spot. Maxey against Morant, pass to Bagley. Goes up on the wing, and it's Memphis with another. And here's George. He's got 7. There's the drive. Here's Drummond. It's not going to go for him. Ooh, good D by Bagley. Down low. Here's Morant. Here's Wells. Drummond grabs the miss. Drummond's got 6 rebounds here tonight. They've been having major problems offensively.
Definitely in a bit of a dry spell.
First personal foul. First team foul.
Second half of basketball, just over a minute played so far. Maxey passes to Drummond. Clock at 6. And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws.
Second personal foul.
All right, Coach, what are some qualities you're looking for in a lead guard?
Well, look, you want a guy that can make plays, that can control the game. When I first got into the league, people thought about point guards as traditional pass-first guys. But now it means more than that. You want a guy who can make plays, whether it's for himself or for his team.
This will be his 3rd free throw of the game. And he shows the focus there, nails the tee.
The boundless athleticism Morant has is really special. He's someone that is always in attack mode.
Bagley is screen on Maxey. Here's Morant. Oh, Morant from close range.
And just executing at a high level. I mean, taking what the defense allows and putting in the work.
Yeah, come on. They're just having their way out there and continuing to press the advantage.
And now the Grizzlies on the run. And we're just about 2 minutes into the final half of play now. Here's Wells. 3-pointer off the mark. 76ers trail by 11. George for 3. Hits the trifecta. George has got 12 points.
Yeah, it seems like George could do this all night. He just keeps finding shots.
Pass to Bagley. 3-pointer. Rebound by Philadelphia. Embiid's got 5 rebounds tonight. Outside Maxey. Just over 2.5 minutes gone by in the second half. To the paint. Embiid. Oh, and Jackson with the block. And it's Ja Morant with the foul. That'll be a 2nd foul of the game.
And that puts them just 1 foul from the bonus.
Up top, Embiid. He's got 5. The offensive rebound. Here's Drummond. Back to Embiid. From deep. Oh, Embiid knocking it down from downtown.
Yeah, we know Embiid can do it one-on-one, but the catch-and-shoot jumper is showing his versatility.
To the middle. Here's Bagley. Oh, the big finish by Bagley.
Using his length, getting in close to stuff it down. That's just too easy.
Here's George. Uses the glass to finish the layup. George has got 7 now in this quarter.
Yeah, muscling his way for the bucket. George doing what he does best.
Talking about Tyrese Maxey, Grant, here's a guy who's improved every year.
Yeah, B.A. I mean, from averaging 8 as a rookie to 26 points during his breakout 4th year, Maxey has added to his game every offseason and turned himself into an elite scorer.
Just over 3.5 minutes through the 3rd. Out to the right wing. Edey for 3. Philadelphia grabs the miss. It's George on the wing, defended by Jackson. And then Embiid with the dunk.
They've been aggressive during this run, but they've also played under control.
Yeah, you know, I like how they're not relying on just one guy to get it done. They're sharing the ball and keeping the defense guessing.
Edey, that's good.
Not just an aggressive scorer, Morant is also a fantastic distributor.
Pass to Drummond. It's George on the wing. Tried to answer back, but that three is off the mark. Memphis leading by 6. Left side Morant. And now we have an intentional foul. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, bizarre play, B.A. Not sure what got into him. I mean, I'm just not sure what he was thinking right there. I mean, he needs to get his head in the game.
Morant, the pass to Bagley. Back to Morant. There's a screen.
And there's never been any question about the value of Embiid's defense. And as one of his teammates, it's a great feeling to have that kind of defender beside you.
2 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. Snatched up. Pass to Grimes. Drummond with the screen. 6 on the shot clock. Second shot opportunity. And the jam by Drummond.
Putting that pass right in his stride. Didn't have to slow up and was able to complete the play.
Here's Edey. Oh, and the release was before the buzzer, but it's off target. The third quarter comes to a close. It's the Grizzlies. And while we have a chance, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, just shredding the defense with that feed. Zero chance to stop that.
Now that is an elite level dig. What a great pass.
Man, I know I speak for all of us when I say I can't wait to see what kind of finish awaits us here in the fourth quarter. We've got Edey, also Marvin Bagley out there. Ja Morant is out there with Jackson, and it's Wells in at the shooting guard position. That's the lineup out there for the Grizzlies. And that one's good. Bagley.
Too much space on the perimeter. There needs to be a little more energy from the defense.
Pass to Drummond. Here's Grimes. Back to Drummond. Kicks it to George. And he was camped in the lane there. He gets a 3-second call. And timeout is called by Nick Nurse. He wants to make sure they're purposeful with the game plan. The 76ers making a change here. Oubre's checked in. Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
I was able to listen in on what Nick Nurse had to say to the team, and it was a frustrated huddle. Coaches and players were angry about the turnovers, players trying to hold each other accountable. They're fed up with sloppy play. Let's see how they respond. Guys.
And Allie, thank you for that. Good.
Well, with his skill and confidence with the ball, if you put him in position, he'll reward you.
Oubre, a screen on Morant. And Maxey, here we go. Pass to Oubre. Here's Grimes. Tipped. A little over a minute of the fourth quarter gone now. Here's Edey. Boy, that foul looked intentional. Not exactly what you'd expect here.
Yeah, I know. It just doesn't make sense given the situation.
Here's Edey. He's covered by Oubre. Pass to Bagley. Shot clock at 5. Memphis needs to get off a shot. It's stolen by Oubre.
Well, that's just great awareness. He was ready and took advantage. Well, that's why he's out there using his size in the paint.
To the left side wing. Here's Edey. He's covered by Oubre. Kicks it out to Jackson. There's the 3. They grab their own miss. Here's Bagley. Oh, nice fake, but the layup's off the mark. 76ers trail by 9. Maxey passes to Embiid. And now the Grizzlies on the run. Here's Edey. Good, and the setup by Morant. Morant's got assist number 8 here already in the game. And breaking down some numbers here, the hustle stats for the Grizzlies.
Well, all you can ask for is your guys to be really active on D, and they've been more than that tonight.
And they've also been so active defensively, getting deflections, forcing turnovers, and scoring off of them.
Over 2.5 minutes in the books here in the fourth. And he gets that one. And the Grizzlies lead by 13. Morant against Maxey. Pass to Oubre to stop the drought. On target from range. Oubre's got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for 3.
Yeah, just an outstanding find by Maxey. More than willing to give it up to open teammates.
2 minutes remaining in the game.
Here's Edey. He's covered by Oubre. Edey, that's good. And Stan, you got into coaching right after college. When did you know you wanted to be a coach?
Brian, that's easy. As soon as I figured out that I didn't have much of a future as a player, I knew I wanted to stay involved in the game. I wanted to coach.
George for 3. It's hauled in by Ja Morant.
Just terrible defense. I don't know how he missed that shot.
Jackson outside. Minute 32 left in the fourth quarter of this one. Pass to Morant. Jack's up a 3. The 3 is up. Sends it home from three-point land. Morant's got 10 points here in the second half.
They came out and had a statement win with their performance tonight. A fantastic effort to get it done here for the Grizzlies.
They paid the price for sloppy ball control before, but tonight they kept it locked up tight.
Yeah, they did. And at the other end, they were very disruptive defensively.
And one player just stole the show tonight, doing everything for his team. A monster night for Zach Edey.
He was all over the place, pressuring ball handlers, jumping the passing lanes. His steals made a huge impact on this game.
Marvin Bagley to third. His third personal foul. First team foul.
That free throw no good.
Paul George. 2 shots.
He hits the second from the line.
And that's a situation where you must make them all to get back into the game.
Morant against Maxey with a 9-footer. And no problem from Bagley as he finishes at the rim.
This has to feel good. They gave their fans a show and secured the W.
Yep, the crowd gets to go home feeling good about the win tonight. Their team looked impressive.
And the basket by Embiid.
Assisted by Kelly Oubre Jr.
34 seconds left in the game. Bagley against Embiid. Back to Bagley. No, stopping him there. Jams it in, and he's fouled. An opportunity in a three-point play. That's on Joel Embiid. Free throw good, Bagley. And Maxey's got the ball here for the 76ers. 15-point game. Pass to Grimes. To the inside. And stolen by Bagley. The 3-ball. Rebound by Philadelphia. And so it's the Grizzlies taking care of business in this one. This one was a fun one to watch. All right, Allie, good stuff there. Thanks for that. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now.
say does that star-spangled
Hi, everyone. Thanks for now a look at Philadelphia's starting lineup. Joel Embiid out there with George. Then there's Andre Drummond. Then there's Maxey. And it's Grimes in at the 1. And for Chicago, we've got Buzelis. Vucevic is out there with Jalen Smith. Then it's Josh Giddey. And it's Ball in at the shooting guard. Now here's Giddey. Back to Vucevic. And that comes off the assist by Giddey.
You know, Vucevic is pretty good, guys, in catch-and-shoot situations. That's not often the case for a guy his size.
Embiid, no good. Here's Buzelis, defended by George. Pass to Vucevic. Giddey, no one around him. Off target with his 3. And Joel Embiid is a giant center. Clark, his size, his arm span. How does his sheer size, do you think, affect the game?
Well, he's a mountain of a man. Not only is he tall, he's wide, and he's deep, too, Kevin. In other words, he's hard to get around. And he's also hard to challenge because he's north and south. So, and you factor in his touch. This guy does things that I've not really seen a guy of his size do, particularly when you talk about pity-patting the dribble and knocking down face-up jumpers all the way out to the three-point line. It should almost be unlawful for a guy north of 3 bills to be doing that.
Here's Buzelis, defended by George. And even after 2 offensive rebounds, they just can't get the lid off. And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Well, Billy Donovan gave me a few minutes. The challenge is slowing down Joel Embiid. Asked Coach what the game plan was. He said with Embiid, you know he's going to get to the line. You know he's going to get his. Our goal is to keep him away from the basket. If we get him settling to jumpers, that's a win for us. We'll see if they can force him to become a shooter in this one. Kevin?
Thank you, David. First trip to the free throw line for him in this one.
And I like what he did at the line a season ago. How about 81%?
You know, he really did excel at the stripe. I mean, they couldn't have asked for too much more from him when it came to knocking down free throws.
Now, here's George. From the arc. That one's in, his first shot this game.
You've got to be alert to where George is out on that perimeter because that jumper of his has become dangerous.
Here's Giddey. And Vucevic kicks to Giddey. 5 to shoot. Chicago needs to get off a shot here. Maxey against Ball. Nobody near George. Another 3 for Philadelphia.
And this is what Paul George does. He looks for any opening on the floor to create opportunities for his team.
Just over 2.5 minutes played here so far in the first quarter. And we know injuries derailed last season for the Bulls, Greg, but with an aging core, you wonder where they go from here.
I mean, the Bulls are kind of stuck in the middle of things as it now stands. Not quite good enough to make a run in the East, but not in a position where they need to start over.
Now, here is Smith after the miss from Andre Drummond. Smith finds Vucevic. And here is Giddey. No good on the 3. Left side, George. And it's Drummond missing.
Well, you will not see that from him very often, especially right at the rim.
Inside. And slam dunk by Vucevic.
No higher percentage shot than that, guys. You love seeing Vucevic finish at the rim like that. Excellent aggressiveness there.
Embiid the screen. In the corner, Drummond with it. We've got 1:18 left to play in the first. Drummond sets the screen for George. Pass to Embiid. 6 to shoot. The 76ers with another miss. Bulls trail by 4. Guys, they're looking for a way to score here.
Yeah, they've had a tough time taking the lid off.
Ball, the pass to Smith. It's good. The assist that time from Ball.
That's a great pick and roll. Smith ending up with the hoop.
Philadelphia's gone 2 or 3 from deep so far in this game. Drummond sets the screen for George. Drummond in the post, working on Smith.
When he's on the floor, offensive rebounding is always going to be a strength for them.
Greg, he keeps so many possessions alive, doesn't he?
And you know, those second chance opportunities can be game changers. He represents so much value. To this team because of what he does.
And the officials calling for a 3-second violation. The 76ers leading by 4. Maxey looking it over. To the inside. Embiid. Oh, and the jam by Embiid.
Boy, this big guy, Joel Embiid, is a center with an awesome dunking arch.
And Billy Donovan decides to call timeout. He's made the decision. He wants to huddle up with his guys. Chicago's gone 1 of 3 from beyond the arc so far in the game. Now here's Giddey. T right on him. To the middle. Here's Smith. And the dunk by Smith.
Well, I'll tell you what, his vertical is awesome off the charts. A short center who still makes his presence felt.
Here's Embiid. And it's
NBA rules. The officials will have 2 minutes to review.
You look at it again. They need to be certain he beat the buzzer.
Yeah, that's a tough call there with the naked eye. Fortunately, the league's replay center able to slow it down, zoom in, and check all the angles.
And so it's the Philadelphia 76ers with a 6-point lead at the end of the quarter. They're pounding the ball inside, and that's where they've gotten their best production tonight. And we'll be back with you shortly. And hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far, halfway through the first half in this one. And looking at what we've seen so far, guys, from the 76ers, what are your thoughts?
Well, in that first quarter, they were intent on just pounding the ball down low.
Yeah, and it's worked. They've got a clear edge and points in the paint. Now we'll see if they go with a more balanced attack or just keep on pounding it inside.
We've got Lonzo Ball. Buzelis out there with Jalen Smith. And it's Vucevic, and it's Giddey in at point. So that's the 5 in the game for Chicago. Vucevic setting the pick for Giddey. Pass to Vucevic. Buzelis with the ball. Trains it from beyond the arc. Buzelis has got his first 3 points of the game. And Greg, you think about what they call float game. Why does that one shot earn a nickname like that?
I mean, it's a badge of respect, right? The floaters, teardrops, whatever you call them, runners, often the finishing touch to an already well-developed offensive arsenal.
And around a minute gone here in the second quarter. Drummond with a screen on Giddey. Clock at 4. Grimes with the bucket. Grimes has got his first points of the game.
Great job of screening there. Nice job to take it to the rim and get the finish.
Now Giddey. 2 points. That one goes.
Watch out now. When this guy gets into a rhythm, it is something to behold.
Maxey attacking. Drummond passes to Maxey. Here's Grimes. From outside, off the mark.
Hard to figure out how he doesn't knock that one down. No defender in sight.
Ball feeling it out a bit. Here's Buzelis, defended by George. Giddey with it. The teardrop falls in. Giddy's got 4 this quarter.
Oh, such a field shot there, the floater.
Grimes passes to Embiid. Doubled by Smith. Drummond sets the screen for Maxey. Outside for George. It's stolen by Buzelis. Here's Giddey. Finished off the break. Now just a 1-point Philadelphia lead.
Attacking in transition, the most consistent way to generate easy looks.
Yep, exactly. And if there's any opportunity for early offense, you've got to push it and push it every time.
Ball against Maxey. Down low. Here's Drummond. Rebound by Smith. Smith's got 5 rebounds tonight. Number 2, around 3 minutes gone by. The 76ers have gone 2 of 4 shooting the ball here in the second. Well, you know what a great player Joel Embiid is. He was the 2023 MVP, and he was on that same road until he got injured last season.
Unfortunate to see the big fella Embiid deal with the injuries that he has throughout his career, even going back to his 1 year in college. It's unfortunate, but that has hampered what is a special, special talent in Embiid.
And stolen by Maxey. And now Philadelphia on the break. And it's George finishing it off.
And George is very good in how he leaks out in transition, times it perfectly, and really creates high percentage shots for himself as a result.
Smith with a wide open look. The shot's good on the assist by Vucevic. Vucevic has got 3 assists in the game. Drummond a screen. Here's Grimes. That's it. He's got 2 made now, and he's shooting 2 for 3.
I mean, the number of points they've scored in the paint already here is eye-opening.
Now here's Giddey. Not a lot of room. And Vucevic kicks to Giddey. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Pass to Vucevic. And Joel Embiid pulls it down. Embiid's got his 4th rebound in this one. Maxey. Here's Drummond. Nice fake, but the layup off the mark. Bulls trail by 4. The kick out to Ball. And the Bulls another 3.
You know, Ball, despite the quirkiness of the shot, he does have a quick release, so you got to know he's a threat to score whenever he has it in his hand.
Embiid with a screen on Giddey. Pass to Embiid. Now Drummond. And it's Drummond with the jam.
Oh, just solid on the one-handed slam.
And guys, when it's a tight ball game like this, he's the guy they want with the ball.
Somebody you can count on. He is an extremely reliable finisher.
And some good action through the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. 76ers lead by 3 from the United Center in Chicago. Back in a moment.
Half-court shots. Drums, please. They're measuring up the shots.
And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard yet. It's been one outstanding game from George.
He's done a fantastic job of finding open space to operate within the first few quarters.
You know what? It helped that they had a few guys with very hot hands on the perimeter, too.
And on the floor for Nick Nurse as we get into the second half. Andre Drummond is out there with Joel Embiid. Then it's Paul George. Then there's Tyrese Maxey. And it's Grimes in at the point guard. Ball, the pass to Vucevic. For 3, Smith. It's hauled in by the 76ers. Drummond's got 5 rebounds tonight. To the paint, here's Embiid. And the dunk by Embiid.
Embiid with a major contribution thus far. He's a guy that can carry his team.
Picked by Vucevic. Inside. Smith kicks to Vucevic. No good on the triple. The 76ers leading by 5. Maxey passes to Drummond. Back to Maxey. to Drummond. Some nice ball movement here by the 76ers. Here's Embiid diving in, and Embiid throws it down.
An almost unfair amount of power. Nobody getting in Embiid's way on that drive.
Giddey the pass the ball. Just a little over 90 seconds gone in the third quarter. Here's Vucevic. Andre Drummond grabs the miss. Drummond's got his 6th rebound on the night. Maxey with it. Now guarded by Vucevic. And that's an intentional foul.
Yeah, not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
Yeah, yeah, completely a brain fade. I don't know where that came from. Just lost sense of time and the situation.
Bulls trail by 7. On the wing, Giddey. Drummond working against Ball. Shot by Grimes. No good. Chicago has gone 0-2 from deep to start things here in the second half. Now here's Giddey. Defense is right there. And Vucevic kicks to Giddey. The shot's good on the assist by Vucevic. Giddey's got 10 points in the game.
Boy, Vucevic, so solid in all fundamentals of the game and really an outstanding passer for a big guy.
And here's the fast break. Paul leading the way. Smith in the posts, defended by Drummond. The shot by Buzelis, no good.
And even without that 3-ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
Back to Drummond. Pass to Embiid.
2 minutes.
Outside, George.
2 minutes.
6 on the shot clock. Here he goes. It's rebounded by Giddey. And so it's Giddey with it. He brings it up for the Chicago Bulls. Just 4 points. That's all they've given up here in the second half. And he's going to get whistled for that foul, G. That was intentional, but not exactly logical.
How about pointless to foul there? I mean, I don't know where his head is, but it's not in the game.
The Bulls have converted 1 or 2 free throws so far today.
Second team foul.
The first one falls.
At the line for Chicago, Josh Giddey.
And both free throws good for Giddey. For Philadelphia, they've gone 2 of 6 from the field here in the third. Drummond with a screen on Ball. Takes a 3. Gets it to go from beyond the arc. Maxey's got himself going with the triple, his first basket of the game. The same day, Clark, that Tyrese Maxey was named to the All-Star game, he scored a career high and was great doing it.
How about that, Kevin? How ironic is that? It was his first All-Star selection, by the way, but this has been the story with Maxey. I mean, he just continues to make great progress in his game. He's a really dynamic young player, still room to grow.
Maxey passes to Embiid. Here's Grimes. 50 seconds left in the third quarter. Down low, Embiid. And the dunk by Embiid.
Strong move and a little spicy, too. Embiid's passion for the game, the way he plays, I love it.
Now here's Giddey. He's got 12. And it's Vucevic in the corner. Outside, Ball. Back to Vucevic. And slam dunk by Vucevic.
And those plays can make a difference in a game like this.
Well, you know it's going to fire up, Greg, everybody on that bench.
Making a statement for sure. I mean, we'll see if they can maintain that aggressive approach, guys.
Important points there. Got him on a nice play, getting the ball inside and right to the bucket.
Giddey the pass to Vucevic. And slam dunk by Vucevic.
I love the ball movement there. He put that on a silver platter. Just served him up.
It's still anybody's game as we've reached the end of 3. 76ers ahead, leading. And a chance right now to show you our State Farm assist of the game.
Just true artistry right there. I mean, great decision on where to go with the ball. And how about the perfect delivery?
And they'd love to see every possession end this way. True team basketball.
And with these teams locked in a very close contest, this fourth quarter promises to be a good one. They've got Vucevic. Josh Giddey is out there with Lonzo Ball. Then it's Jalen Smith. And it's Buzelis in at the 3 slot. So that's the 5 in the game for Chicago. And then Buzelis with the dunk.
So impressive, the fortitude, the will to battle back, but it did take a lot of energy to get here.
Yeah, you know, battling back was about staying the course, and their attitude never changed.
Drummond sets the screen for George. Back to Drummond. Rebound by the Bulls. 60 seconds off the clock here in the fourth. Smith on the wing. Pass to Buzelis. A miss that time. Would have put him up. Philadelphia's gone 3 of 7 tonight from three-point territory. The shot's good. And the 76ers lead by 2.
George doing a nice job driving with physicality. They're seeking out that contact.
And it's official. They have come all the way back. At one point, this thing seemed to be out of reach.
I did not think they had enough clock to get all the way back, but here they are. And now they've got to feel like they're in control of this thing.
And here's the fast break. Ball leading the way.
Nice quickness displayed there by Ball. Lethal in the open floor. Actually, that's his best game. Open court basketball. Tough matchup for the D.
Back to Drummond. Smith with some nice D. For Chicago, they've gone 3 of 6 from the field so far in the fourth quarter. Takes the 3. It's hauled in by the 76ers. Embiid's got rebound number 8 here tonight in the game. Kicks it out to Maxey. Rebound by the Bulls. Smith's got rebound number 9 now. What an effort here tonight. Pass to Giddey. For those just joining us, fourth quarter here, we're just over 2.5 minutes into it. And there's the foul on the shot. He'll go to the line for 2.
This is what you like about Smith. He likes to mix it up in that painted area.
And a closer look here at the scoring breakdown for Chicago.
And guys, how about the unselfishness and all about working that ball around, shifting the defense, and just seeking out the best shot.
They've also found a lot of shots at the arc in this one and allowing their good shooters to tee it up.
Embiid kicks to Maxey. Back to Embiid. Good ball movement here by the 76ers. Outside for George. Shot clock at 6. Over Buzelis. The 76ers with another miss.
You know he wants that one back. I mean, more often than not, he'll sink that mid-range jumper.
Giddey against Embiid. Outside, Ball. Now, here's Vucevic. He's guarded closely. Excellent D there from George. The 76ers trail by 4. Drummond with a screen on Ball. Maxey passes to Embiid. Off the mark, and the drought continues.
You know, to cut deficits, you got to be making smart basketball plays out there. Taking care of the ball. It's not done by hoisting up bonehead threes like that one.
Well, he's been doing it all night. Why not go back to it?
And no let up in him either, guys. I mean, he wants to continue to expand that lead, and as long as he's the one taking the shots, that lead's going to expand.
Here's Drummond. Rebound by the Bulls. And here's Giddey. Pass to Smith. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up.
Second personal foul.
So the first one drops, and that makes it a 7-point lead.
At the line for the Bulls.
And he hits both free throws here. So now it's an 8-point game. Philadelphia's gotten off to an 0-for-2 start from downtown here in the fourth quarter. Embiid kicks to George. Embiid the screen. Oh, and that cuts the lead to just 5.
And George just has an uncanny knack for providing these kinds of baskets. And he makes it look so easy.
Pass to Vucevic. Over to the left wing. To the middle. And he banks in the lane.
Relentless in their approach, even with the game firmly in hand.
And, you know, until that final buzzer sounds, I mean, you've got to treat every possession like it's crucial.
2 seconds separating the shot clock and game.
And hustle like that is why he leads his team in rebounds tonight.
And I tell you what, guys, nobody's been more physical in this game than he has. He has been a glass eater.
And Giddey gets it to go. And so Chicago takes this one, and by a big margin. Some good. David, thank you as always. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Greg Anthony, Clark.
Hey, everybody, we're coming to you live on 2K Sports. Well, Grant, what should we expect in a veteran-heavy matchup like this?
You know, B.A., it typically means we'll get a clean game. These guys have been around for a while and know how to take care of the basketball.
A look at the 76ers starting group. They've got Tyrese Maxey, George out there with Kelly Oubre. Then it's Joel Embiid, and it's Grimes in at the point.
Such a wizard with the ball. James always finds the open man.
Here's Grimes driving inside. Some solid defense from James.
And you got to give credit to the D for never giving up on the play and doing just enough to bother him at the rim.
Here's Hachimura. The rebound by Maxey. George peels it out a bit. Pass to Embiid. Back to George. He's off on that one. Good work defensively by James. Hachimura, the pass to Doncic. Intercepted. Here we go, the Sixers on the break. George for three. The Sixers again can't hit. And Joel Embiid with a number of different co-stars in his time in Philly, Richard.
Yes, Ben Simmons in his prime, Jimmy Butler, James Harden, they've all come and gone. But in Tyrese Maxey, Embiid might have found the tag team partner for the long haul.
Now here's Embiid. Outside Oubre. Outside Maxey. And there's the call on Rui Hachimura. That's his first foul of the game.
That's his first personal foul. First team foul.
First quarter, just over a minute and a half in. Outside Oubre. Launches a three. Pass to Grimes. Maxey passes to George. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Philadelphia with another miss.
See, that miss right there, it's why teams try to avoid the mid-range jumper these days.
Not sure why he committed the intentional foul. No purpose.
I think everyone's a little confused, but weird plays happen. You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Now, here is James. Over George. No good off the glass. Count that. 2 points and a chance for one more at the line.
And just not letting the tough defense stifle him. I mean, George gets the shot he wants. Hustle pays dividends, I'll tell you. And when it's getting you to the line like that, whew, man, what a night.
Now here's Reeves. From deep, here's Doncic. Always a nice way to start. Makes his first one.
And give Luka the ball, and you know what happens next. Instantly, he finds the shot.
Grimes, the pass to Oubre. Inside. Kicks it to George. Outside Maxey. This one for three. Nails it from beyond the arc.
So locked in from range. Maxey almost makes it look effortless.
Hayes with a screen. Doncic passes to Hayes. And the bucket is good.
Just taking it right to the rim. And no one was there to greet him.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. He'll gladly take those.
Now here's Oubre. Pass to Maxey. Back to Oubre. Here's Grimes. He's covered by Reeves. And Luka Doncic is going to pick up the foul. That's his first foul of the game.
Third team foul.
First quarter of action, just under 3.5 minutes played. George for three. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. In 2024, Luka Doncic recorded 6 consecutive 30-point triple-double games.
That's right, B.A. The first time anyone has done it in NBA history. So if you didn't already believe in Luka magic, well, there's some proof that the magic is real.
And from the sideline, let's catch up with Allie.
When you have an MVP talent in his prime, the focus has to be on winning the title. The Sixers' Joel Embiid said, quote, "The only thing I care about is winning. That takes a lot, and everybody has to contribute. I'm always going to believe in myself. I love the guys that we have. We are going to go and fight every single night."
Great perspective there. Thanks, Allie. Now here's Maxey. Going inside. There's the triple. And Reeves pulls it down. The Lakers in the lead. James outside. There's 42 seconds left in the first quarter of the game. Misses from close range. Here's Maxey. In tight, he gets the jumper to fall. Maxey's got 5.
Continuing to work, no give from Maxey, even amongst the bigs.
Reeves, the pass to Hayes. And finished off by Hayes. Well, plenty of give and take so far.
There's 6 lead changes already. Both teams came to play.
And here's Oubre from the arc. Connects from downtown.
Smart pass from the quick-thinking Maxey. Outstanding at finding uncovered teammates.
Here's Doncic. Out to James. With the drive. And the officials whistle a foul on the shot. The bucket is good, and he'll go to the line.
I know what they say, defense wins championships, but you need some bucket getters too now.
And he'll be shooting his first free throw. Embiid from outside. And still a close game as the first quarter comes to a close. It's Los Angeles. Some good action already in this one, but a fairly even matchup after this first quarter of play. And what do you guys think so far about the offensive approach for the Lakers?
So far, they haven't had to force anything. They're swinging the ball around and turning good passing into points.
Another area they've excelled in is the points in the paint. They've been able to gouge the interior defense so far in this one.
At the forward slots, it's LeBron and Hachimura. Austin Reeves out there with Luka Doncic. And it's Hayes in at center, filling out the middle. That's who's in the game for the Lakers. Now here's Oubre. Three-pointer Embiid. Rebound by the Lakers. Doncic has got 5 rebounds tonight. Hayes with a screen. Hachimura from long range. The rebound by Maxey. The Sixers trailing. RJ, it's hard not to wonder what would have happened if the Lakers never traded for Russell Westbrook back in 2021.
Well, they would have had a traditional style of a team. They would have kept Kuzma, KCP, and their 2021 first-round pick. They also would have been able to sign Alex Caruso. They could have kept their championship core together.
For Los Angeles, they've got none of their first 3 shots to fall so far in the second.
Ron jumped out like he was angry. Is he okay? Man, he got the table shaking over here.
Now here's George. Pass to Grimes. For 3, Maxey drops in the 3. Maxey's got 8.
And what kind of defense was that? You can't give up wide open threes like that. What are you doing?
Doncic left side. Parked it down low that time. Got hit with the 3-second call. Philadelphia has gone 1 of 4 from three-point land here in the second. George passes to Grimes. Back to George. Pass to Embiid. It's good. Set up beautifully by George. Embiid's got his first bucket in this one.
Put your head down and go to work. That's what they need to do.
Yeah, when the game is up for grabs like this one has been, it's all about the attention to detail.
The Sixers leading. To the paint. Blocked! Pass to James. And a little under 2.5 minutes gone by here in the second quarter. And there's the 3-second call. This one on the defense. All right, a moment to look at the scoring approach in terms of where the points are coming from here for the 76ers.
Well, so far, their long-range shooting has been the story, doing damage from deep.
Another thing they're doing well early on is passing the ball, spreading it around the floor and feeding guys who are well set up to score.
James finds Hayes. And he can't sink that one. He's 2 for 4 in the contest. The 76ers have gotten just 2 of 6 field goals to go in the second. Down low, Embiid puts it in. Well, Grant, you were an excellent defender in your day. So who was the toughest player you had to guard?
Well, there were so many great players, Michael, LeBron. But let's talk about the late, great Kobe Bryant. I mean, he really had no weaknesses. And even if you defended him perfectly, there's a good chance he can still make the shot. And you like the balance here, not just falling in love with the 3-ball.
Luka Doncic with the assist.
A minute 50 left in the first half of basketball. Grimes, the pass to Embiid. Pass to Grimes. 6 to shoot. Down low. Out to Oubre. Fires for 3. Good. And the assist to Embiid. Oubre's got 6.
When he has that much space, he's a pretty good bet to nail the 3.
Hachimura sets a screen. Doncic with it. Oubre picks him up. Now Hayes. Oh, he tries a 3. It's hauled in by Oubre. Here's George. James with the rebound. James has got his 4th rebound in this one. Hayes, the pass to James. Back to Hayes from downtown. And it's Philadelphia with the rebound. Maxey passes to Oubre. Embiid with it. Here's Grimes. Off target from 3-point range. Lakers trail by 4. Pass to Hayes. Outside Reeves. From behind the arc. Up again. Out to Hachimura. Hachimura with a screen on George. Back to Hachimura. Oh, trying his luck from deep. It's rebounded by George. Up top, Embiid. Kicks it to George. Over Hayes. And no good. Trying to get that one to fall. And the first half comes to an end. We've got a close game going here. All right, good stuff, Allie. And we'll get back to the action at the start of the third quarter. And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been a fairly even one. Without question, Tyrese Maxey displaying all his skills today.
Through the first 2 quarters, he's been on fire. Explosive offensive performance.
If they don't change their approach in the second half, let's just say his success will continue.
And the 76ers, looking at who they've got. Paul George out there with Kelly Oubre. Then it's Maxey. Then it's Joel Embiid. And it's Grimes in at the 1 spot. George with it. Now Doncic defending. Here's Grimes. Still no points. He takes it in. Oh, and that one, no question, powered it down.
And one move ahead of the defense. A solid pick.
And then the monster dunk to complete the play. Well done.
Well, great chemistry on display. He understood where to put the screen in order to free up his teammate.
It's never easy from that distance, but we see him drill those and shoot around all the time.
Even though he is capable of hitting that shot, I'd like to see him work for a better look in that situation.
The officials were right on top of that one.
That one misses.
At the line for the 76ers, Quentin Brown.
Good on the second one. Second half rolling along, about a minute played here. They've been having major problems offensively.
Definitely in a bit of a dry spell.
James against George. Kicks it to Doncic. Pass to Hayes. Tries to break his ice. Joel Embiid with the board. Embiid's got rebound number 7 tonight. Grimes, the pass to Oubre. Now here's Embiid. George, right side. Over to the wing. Here's Grimes. Checked by James. And here's Embiid. Late clock, the Sixers need to put one up here, and they force the shot clock violation. Great D.
Yeah, a communication breakdown. Two guys thinking in opposite directions. The pass winds up in the stands.
It's James on the wing. There's the strength of the king.
Yeah, just too much big boy basketball by LeBron James, just bodying defenders inside.
Oh, yes. Whoa. Throw it down. Oh, and he makes no mistake. Slam dunk.
Oh, the electric Tyrese Maxey.
Philadelphia shooting their fourth shot at the foul line here. And what a breakout fourth year for Tyrese Maxey. Named to his first All-Star game in 2024, Richard.
When the Sixers traded away James Harden, it really opened up things for Maxey. Gave him the ball more responsibility, and you know what? He showed up.
Outside Maxey. Embiid, a screen on Reeves. Maxey passes to Embiid.
Yeah, Embiid just terrorizes defenses on the inside. Good luck guarding the big fella.
Philadelphia shooting their fifth and sixth free throws of the game. And he drops the first.
Shooting for Philadelphia, Joel Embiid.
And Embiid drops them both.
And it's a luxury to have a great shooter like him at the line. Very rarely see him miss.
Doncic feeling it out a bit. Pass to Hachimura. George against James. Hachimura with a screen on George. Here's James. George with a steal. Maxey with it. Picked up by Reeves. Now George. The three is up. And the three-pointer goes. George has got 6.
Yeah, just a drop in the bucket for PG-13. He will roast you from the corners if you let him.
Doncic outside. Pass to Hayes. On the wing, Reeves. Back to Hayes. Shoots over Embiid. Hayes misses. Philadelphia leading by 11. And stolen by Hayes. Right side Reeves. Hachimura outside. The teardrop. It's stolen by Oubre. Fast break Philadelphia. Here's George. And George with the jam.
And it all comes together because George is a team player. He works so hard to support the play on the floor and be where he's needed to be for his team.
Now Philadelphia with it. They're on a 13-4 run. Maxey against Reeves. And it's Maxey missing. Lakers trail by 13. For 3. The shot by Reeves, no good. Maxey with it. Now Doncic defending. Boy, they'd love if anyone could get a bucket.
Yeah, their offense has been grinding to a halt.
And it's slammed in by Hachimura.
Adding insult to injury with the dunk off the steal.
Nice to see a good play on D. That led to some fireworks.
Once he poked it away, you knew what was on his mind.
Now here's Maxey. He's got 11. Great open look there. 14 points for him.
Watch out when Maxey finds his groove like this. He'll just keep coming at you and at you.
Here's James. Doncic on the wing. Puts up a 3. The shot no good. 1 second left. Doesn't go for him. And here at the end of the third, it's a double-digit ball game. Sixers ahead. And let's take this opportunity to show you our State Farm assist to the game.
This is the definition of team chemistry. I love to see this kind of communication and connection between teammates leading to the perfect pass.
Serving it up on a platter, that is a beautiful dish. And 2 teammates on the same page. Woo.
And as we head into the fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same for the first 3 quarters. Reeves at the 2 with LeBron at the 3. Rui Hachimura is out there with Jackson Hayes. And it's Doncic in at the 1. That's the Laker 5. launching it inside. LeBron.
Getting that little bit of help. James calls for the pick and roll, shake up the defense, and find himself a quality look.
Here's Reeves. And he slams it in one-handed.
And what an aggressive move to the rim. He's really trying to fire up his teammates right now.
Boy, it's not hard to feel inspired after a teammate makes that kind of finish.
And that could be the spark they needed to make a little run as they try to even this thing up.
Pass to Grimes. Hayes against Oubre. Oh, and they immediately answer back with a dunk on the other end.
And sends it home with some passion.
I think he's rubbing it in a little bit here, hanging up there like that. A nice shot by Doncic.
Oh, Luka is so skilled at using his body to create good looks inside.
Here's Grimes, guarded by Doncic. And we've made our way through just over a minute and a half of this fourth quarter. And that one drops for him.
And trust me, when the D's slow to react, he'll be the first guy to make them pay.
Yeah, they're going to do a much better job of putting a little bit of pressure on him on his way to the hoop.
Now here's Doncic. Hayes with a screen on George. And there's James from the arc. Oh, LeBron buries a three.
When you're guarding LeBron, you have to give him something. So the King, well, he'll take a three-point basket.
Maxey attacking. Pass to George. James with the block. And it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by James. Outside Maxey. Here's Drummond. The kick out to Maxey. Shot clock at 3. Buries it from 3. Maxey's got 9 points here in the second half.
And this is how he shines. He's a big part of their floor spacing.
Yeah, and you got to know where he is at all times, especially when he's roaming around the perimeter ready to fire.
Doncic outside. Outside Reeves. And Grimes pulls it down. The Sixers lead by 12. Maxey finds Drummond. Around 3 minutes gone here in the fourth. Oubre, a screen on James. Here's George. And he'll take a trip to the line for 2. Clearly got fouled on that shot.
Yeah, such a skilled score. When George is looking to attack, it puts pressure on the D.
And the first one at the line is good. George hits them both. The Lakers have gotten 4 of 5 attempts to fall so far in the fourth. Back to James. Ooh, nice D from George. Philadelphia has gone 7 for 17 from three-point range so far in this matchup. There's the 3. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. Doncic has got 6 rebounds here tonight. Reeves, the pass to Hachimura. Lets the 3 fly. And once again, off the mark by Los Angeles. The Sixers lead by 14. Here's Oubre. That one's good for 2.
It looks like it'll be a big win for them here. Time to just cruise to the end of the game and chalk up the victory for the 76ers.
And at first glance, it appeared to be an easy win for them. However, they had to weather some storms along the way, Grant.
Yeah, in terms of competitiveness, it was a lot closer than the final score indicates.
And what a huge performance it was for Tyrese Maxey.
And let's just say this, the name of the game is scoring, and yes, he provided that tonight. You're welcome.
So it's Los Angeles now. Philadelphia getting their last shot to go. Here's Doncic. Banked it in off the glass. There's 47 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Here's Oubre. And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair. It's on Rui Hachimura.
Man, good whistle there.
And that one falls for Oubre.
Shooting for Philadelphia.
And so Oubre nails them both. There's 42 seconds left to play in the fourth quarter. Here's Doncic. Out of bounds. It'll be Sixers ball.
Philadelphia ball.
And so it's Maxey with it. He brings it up for the 76ers. 16-point lead, the largest margin in the game. Knocks it down from distance.
This is what winning is all about. Playing your best when it matters most.
And let me tell you, as a team, you love to hit your stride right at the crucial moments and put this game away in style.
Just let the clock run out.
Hey, it's time to celebrate.
So it's the 76ers winning this one easily. Thanks, Allie. Great interview once again. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Grant Hill, Richard Jefferson, and Allie.
number 1.
It's the NBA Live on 2. And what a matchup we have. Here in the front court, Greg.
Yeah, each of these teams are anchored by their big men. I think it's going to be physical and highly intensified.
Here are the 5 for the Clippers. We'll see Powell and Leonard play in the forward spots. Simmons is out there with Harden, and it's Jones in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. It's stolen by Eason. And they're pushing it up. And Thompson kicks to Green. Here's Şengün. And Jones pulls it down.
For him, it's harder to miss that shot than it is to make that shot. I think he was anticipating a bit of a bump there.
To the inside, and stolen by Simmons. It's rebounded by Şengün. Here's Thompson driving inside. Second shot opportunity. They kick it out to Green. Back to Thompson. Good, and it's Green picking up the assist.
We see this night in and night out. Thompson uses his size and elevation to make tough shots in the paint.
Brent, when you talk about the Clippers franchise, and you appreciate this so much, their first superstar was really Bob McAdoo.
And what a tremendous talent. You know, most people remember Bob McAdoo with his years with the Lakers. But, man, when he was with the Buffalo Braves, 3 straight scoring titles, was the league MVP in 1975. Sorry, Dad. Some people still consider him the club's best player ever.
Yeah, really good defensive play to cut him off there and square up.
So first quarter just over a minute and a half in. It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
Hey, Kevin, I caught up with Coach Ime Udoka. Our coach told me the key is to stay disciplined on defense, especially when guarding James Harden. He said James is special offensively. He's a master at manipulating defenses and drawing fouls. So, of course, they don't want to give him easy points at the foul line. Guys?
Thank you, David. Executing to perfection right now offensively.
I mean, in total sync. Good luck trying to stop him now.
The Clippers have gone 1 of 3 from the field to start this one so far. Here's Harden. And again, no good by the Clippers.
You almost have to assume he's going to knock those down when he is that open.
Green, the pass to Şengün. And Şengün throws it down.
Oh, selfless play right there from Green. He's all about getting it to the open man.
Jones, no luck. Rockets leading by 7. Thompson outside. Down low. Here's Eason. And the dunk by Eason.
Oh, inflicting some punishment with the two-hand flush.
They're going for the throat. And there's the call on Amen Thompson. That's his first foul.
Thompson, first personal foul. First team foul.
And stolen by Şengün. Pass to Eason. Şengün against Jones. And it's Norman Powell with the foul. That is his first foul of the game.
You know what? Tried to step in and cut him off. He just didn't get there quick enough.
And there's a minute 45 left to play in the first quarter. Here's Şengün. And it's out of bounds. Last touch by Thompson.
Yeah, and I think he was surprised to see that pass coming his way and just really reacted too late.
Clippers trail by 9. And Simmons kicks to Jones. Outside Leonard. And again, it's the Clippers missing.
And I think that one could have easily have fallen for him.
Pass to Thompson. Out to Smith. Back to Thompson. It's good, the assist that time from Smith.
Their play on both ends has been superb. We'll see if they can maintain the momentum.
Like tonight, all the hustle plays have meant so much to this team. Now just sustain some of that energy and keep comfortable.
On the wing, Thompson. The shot, no good. Great D that time from Leonard. And it's Harden with the ball for the Clippers. Trailing here by 8. Lets the 3 fly. Leonard, no luck.
And you don't want to give up that kind of look too often.
Pass to Şengün. 26 seconds left in the first quarter. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws.
Yeah, good job to take it right at the D.
The free throw dropped for Şengün. He's off on the second. Simmons against Green. Pass to Smith. 5 on the clock. Tries again. Dives to the hoop. And foul on the shot. So he'll get a chance at the line.
Tenacious drive by Smith. Cruising right into the defense and draws the contact.
Both free throws good from Smith.
A big fella with the ability and confidence at the free throw line is something that every team wants. Don't have to make those late substitutions. Keep your big guys on the floor.
And Leonard gets it to go.
And his presence as a scorer, it just has a calming effect for the rest of the team. He's a fallback option whenever they need him.
He knocks it down, but wait a minute. The officials are getting together. They may want to review this one. And it looks like they are. Did he get the basket off in time?
And the footage relayed to the officials from the replay center in Secaucus, I think he got it off in time. The replay leaving little doubt.
Well, they're going to switch the call. There is no doubt, and looking at the replay, that he got it off in time.
Well, it's good they decided to take another look at it. I know some folks don't like how replay slows the game down.
And after just 1 quarter of play, a double-digit differential on the scoreboard. Rockets on top. They're up by 10. And we'll get things started in the second quarter when we return. And so far through 1 quarter, it's been a lopsided game. We'll see if that changes here in the second. Let's quickly break down the game we've seen so far from the Rockets, guys.
Well, in that first quarter, they were intent on just pounding the ball down low.
And you don't see that all that often, getting down there and doing that much damage in a quarter. You got to respect the game plan.
We've got Green. Alper and Şengün out there with Thompson. Then it's Jabari Smith. And it's Eason in at the 3 spot. That's the group starting the second quarter for the Rockets. Şengün with the bucket.
Big miscommunication on defense. He recognizes it and quickly takes advantage.
Well, I know they don't have mobile devices out there for texting, so they might as well talk to one another. When a player gets a feel for that floater, it can really make things tough on defenders. You're just not sure how to guard them and where your point of commitment is.
Solid job of moving the ball by Green, setting up a teammate.
GA, if you look back at the Rockets' history, so many all-time greats have spent time there.
Yeah, it's an impressive list, right? Olajuwon, Moses Malone, Calvin Murphy, and Harden. Houston's well represented in the Hall of Fame.
Clippers trail by 12. And Simmons kicks to Jones. Green with the rebound.
So weird. Sometimes when you get that much time, it can throw you off just as much as having no time.
And it's sent back by Leonard.
And those long arms and huge hands, Leonard has all the tools he needs to erase shots.
Jones, that's for 2. Good. It's Harden with the assist that time.
Assisted by
Harden's got 3 assists now in this one. And it's Thompson with the jam.
And he just dangles from the bucket after sending that one through.
And you can see which team has the swagger right now. Simmons dishes to Jones, and Jones slams it home.
Leaping ability is off the charts. Not the biggest power forward, but outstanding at rising up off the ground.
In the corner, it's Eason from deep. Inside, stolen by Harden. On the wing, Jones. Good on the shot, and that shaved the lead to single digits. Jones has got 9.
Well, an excellent passer, Harden taking pride in finding an open teammate.
And now we've got some time to check in from the sidelines. You got for us, DA?
Kevin, thanks. Jalen Green has shown he's capable of carrying a team offensively. He said, "It feels good knowing that my teammates believe in me to do that. I had to learn a lot of things to grow, but that's what I work for. I want to be one of those guys that you give the ball to in crunch time." Kevin, I always want to give the mic to you in crunch time. Back to you.
You are an unselfish playmaker, and I appreciate that. By the way, Green can be electric and so fun to watch. Hey, DA, thanks. Here's Şengün. No good, unable to end this run. And so Simmons will bring it up for Los Angeles. 7-point differential. Brent, I've always thought the stoic demeanor of Kawhi Leonard was very imposing for an opponent.
Well, there's just no rattling, right, Kevin? How many times have you seen Kawhi Leonard get outside of himself, react to a call, become emotional? Now, as a teammate, you have to have an understanding that he might not motivate you in that way, but certainly as an opponent, it's intimidating. I remember playing against John Stockton and Karl Malone much in the same way. Emotionless, relentless, that's sometimes intimidating for an opponent.
Now let's take a moment to get your guys' take on the scoring so far for the Rockets.
And guys, they've done a great job feeding their bigs inside. They are just pushing the opposition in the paint.
Well, in the early goings, the mid-range shot has also been working well for them. They've been racking up some points off of those jumpers, and those are probably being invited.
Green finds Şengün. Out to Thompson. 54 seconds left in the first half of the game. They get the rebound on the wing, Green. And a miss there on the triple.
Rare you'll see him miss such an open look.
It's Harden with the drive, Green with the rebound.
Oh, no excuse for a guy of his caliber. You've got to finish that slam. Gotta be a little embarrassed by that.
Nice shot by Thompson.
It helps that Thompson can score with either hand close to the bucket. Defenders can't force him to one side or the other.
There's a 4-second difference from the shot clock to the game clock. Leonard with a screen on Green. Simmons inside the line. It's rebounded by Şengün. Şengün's got rebound number 8 now on the night. Out to Smith, right wing. Here's Eason. And the last second attempt does not go in for him. And so it's the Houston Rockets heading to the bench with a 7-point lead as we... Thank you, David. And we'll be back after halftime as the third quarter gets underway.
Fans, please direct your attention to the center court and get ready for the fan half-court shot. Drum roll, please. They're thinking about the shot.
And if you're just joining us in this one, first half is in the books, 1 half to go. You have to like what we've seen from Jones.
Yeah, and through the first 2 quarters, he has been the offense for this team.
Yeah, he's shouldering the load right now and looking really comfortable while he's doing it.
So for the Clippers right now, we'll see Powell and Leonard playing the forward spots. Harden out there with Simmons. And it's Jones in at the 5 spot.
This one has been all about Amen Thompson. A freakish athlete. When he gets rolling, there's just not much a defender can do.
Nobody near Leonard. That 3 off the mark.
And I thought that was going to drop. It looked good from here.
Like looking back to last season, the Clippers had one red-hot stretch.
That's right. They went on a 26-5 run between December and February. It finally showed how dangerous that team could be when healthy.
Knocks it loose. It's stolen by Green. Thompson passes to Smith. Houston moving it around. Back to Eason. To the paint. Stolen by Harden. Pass to Jones. And it's out of bounds. The Clippers able to retain possession here.
Clippers ball.
And here in the second half of play, we're just over a minute in. Jones with the screen on Thompson. Here's Leonard. And the Clippers miss again. Houston leading by 9. And Thompson kicks to Smith. Back to Thompson. Pass to Şengün. That's in, coming off the assist from Thompson. Şengün's got 9.
Another good play. This is how they built the lead, calling on the right guys at the right time.
Basketball IQ is something that gets talked about, but its importance to a team showing up here, running plays that turn into scores.
And Thompson kicks to Green. Back to Thompson. Rebound by the Clippers. They could use a big shot here to get this offense going.
Too many empty possessions. Right now, they need a basket.
Talk about confidence. Greg, what do you think about Harden's quote from a couple of years ago when he said, "I'm not a system player, I am the system"?
Kevin, I laughed when I heard it because most guys couldn't say that. But Harden absolutely can. He's an elite scorer turned elite passer. Your offense has to orbit around him when he's on the floor.
Left side, Leonard lets it go from deep. Leonard, so dangerous from deep.
Don't sleep on Kawhi's range. He'll burn you from down deep.
To the left side wing. Şengün passes to Green. And Şengün throws it down. That gives him the double-double. 11 points and 10 rebounds. Pass to Jones. Here's Harden. Drops in the layup for 2. Harden's got 4 points this quarter.
Well, once Harden takes that first step, it's very difficult to stop his drive.
Smith kicks to Şengün.
2 minutes remaining in the third. 2 minutes.
To the middle. Here's Eason. And the dunk by Eason.
Yeah, I mean, maybe could have tried for a more memorable dunk than that one.
And we know he's capable of those memorable ones. A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. David.
Kevin, the Rockets are making progress. Coach Ime Udoka said it doesn't happen overnight. Changing habits and things like that takes time. Guys learn and grow at a different pace. My thing is getting us all on the same page. We're not that far off. Kevin, they sure look like they're building in the right direction.
David, they are, and some good... There he goes!
You don't want to be jumping on a play like that. Wow, he was up there, Kevin.
The adjustments they've made offensively, they're putting guys in a position now to succeed.
Yeah, possession's just way more efficient, I think, here tonight. Taking smarter, better shots, moving the ball around. That's helped them to get back in the ballgame.
Eason passes to Şengün. It's hauled in by Los Angeles. Right side, Leonard. Jones finds Harden. Jones with the screen on Smith with a tie, and it falls over the rim and in. Harden's got the game tied up here for the Clippers.
Well, a master from the mid-range, Harden's so good at finding available space from that distance.
Here's Şengün. Second chance effort. And Jones pulls it down. And it's the Clippers' ball. They're on a 15-4 run right now. A 3 from Leonard. Good. It's Harden with the assist that time. Harden's got his 5th assist in this one. 5 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. And Green slams it in.
Tenacious on that drive. Green using his speed effectively.
Harden against Smith. Harden outside. Left side, Jones. And he drives in. Great defense that time from Şengün. We're at the end of the third, and we've still got a close one. Los Angeles on top. And now let's go back to a play from earlier as we show you our State Farm assist of the game.
It's just true artistry right there. I mean, great decision on where to go with the ball, and how about the perfect delivery.
Yeah, those are the kind of plays that you want to put on a canvas. Just beautiful basketball.
We've reached the fourth quarter, and what has been a very competitive game should be an exciting finish. Thompson is out there with Tari Eason. And it's Smith, and it's Green, and it's Şengün in at the 5. That's the 5 for Houston right now. Harden against Thompson. Leonard sets a screen for Harden. That one goes. Count it. Harden's got the lead up to 3 now for the Clippers.
Oh, one of these monster nights from James Harden.
Green in the high post. Simmons is there.
Just solid on the one-handed slam.
And guys, when it's a tight ball game like this, he's the guy they want with the ball. Here's Simmons. He gets that one.
And the closer Simmons gets to the rim, the more dangerous he becomes. I love watching him in attack mode.
Green in the post. Goodbye, Simmons. Shot is good, and the Los Angeles leads cut down to a point with the bucket from Green. Harden dishes to Leonard. Some nice ball movement by the Clippers. Jones. The basket good off the assist from Simmons. And the Clippers lead by 3.
And that pass-first nature of Simmons, outstanding at understanding when his teammates are open.
Incredible for his age. The decision-making of Şengün GA is very impressive.
So calm when he sees a double coming. He reacts with ease when he's on the block or at the nail. Reminds you of a young Jokic with how he sees the game.
Here's Harden. And it's in. Basket number 6 for him thus far. He has only missed 2 shots from the floor.
Beautiful transition offense there. That's execution at its best.
Yeah, once you burst through a seam like that, you got to look right towards the rim. Sweet play.
And it's good for 2. And that's 13 points for Şengün.
And guys, all about hard work from this point on. They've worked hard to create that high-quality shot and then able to knock it down.
And there's the call on Amen Thompson. And that'll be his 3rd foul so far.
First team foul.
And so here are the Clippers. 3-point lead. Harden scanning the floor. Just 5 on the clock. Jones kicks to Harden.
And with his size and lateral quickness, Smith has all the tools needed to be an elite defender.
Thompson. And the call on the shot. And yep, we thought we might see it. And the coach's challenge has been triggered on the personal foul call.
At the line for your Rockets.
And this is the review in closer detail what constituted the original personal foul. Getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replays, you really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving and how fast the action really is and how hard it can be sometimes, you know, Greg, to make the right call. And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in error. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
Powell, no one around him, and again it's the Clippers missing. Rockets trail by 3. Thompson outside. And that'll be 2 free throws coming. And here we go. A coach's challenge has been initiated. We'll have to now review the personal foul in question.
At the line for 2. Thompson. The play is currently under video review under NBA rules.
Personal fouls can be tough. The action is so fast that it's really tough to catch everything in real time.
The wonders of technology. We've seen replay reviews so effectively, and involving the coaches by being able to. A challenge like this is something a lot of people have been hoping for. And so the word is in. They've decided that the call stands as it was made on the floor.
And, you know, even if a coach still feels this wasn't the right call, you got to acknowledge the effort being put in to reviewing it. The double-checking, and the game continues on.
Right now, let's send it over to the sidelines and get a report from David Aldridge.
Well, guys, over the break, I was able to listen to Teron Lue's huddle. Now, he emphasized it's anybody's game right now. He told his guys to focus on finishing the task at hand and not to get distracted. So we go out there and play with authority. Kevin?
Thank you, David.
And this is what great players do. Harden understanding how to deliver in a big moment.
Thompson passes to Green. No good from outside.
Well, you make strides to get back in the ball game, but an errant shot like that can definitely cost you any kind of momentum. Have to use better judgment there.
And this is why you must get Simmons out of the paint. So fantastic when it comes to finishing above the rim.
Şengün, no good. Hits the layup after the sweet pump fake to freeze the D. Şengün's got 4 points now in the quarter. Outside, Simmons. On the wing, Jones. Leonard with a screen on Şengün. Leonard against Thompson. Leonard the pass to Jones. And again, the Clippers good for two.
And obviously his momentum from the last game has carried over here tonight.
And the coach pretty smart for zoning in on him and giving him opportunities to stay with that confident play.
Powell against Eason. Back to Şengün. Pass to Eason. Good work defensively by Jones. And here are the Clippers. About 3 seconds between shot and gameplay. Houston moving it around. And stolen by Simmons. It's Powell with the drive. Leonard the pass to Harden. A three-pointer off the mark. Inside, here's Şengün. Count!
Now that's the kind of passing right there that makes a difference. Not just in that possession, but maybe on your play for the entire game.
So it's the Clippers taking the win in a close one. All right, David, thanks so much. And that about wraps it up. For Brent Barry, Greg Anthony.
Up next, the Rockets taking on the Timberwolves. What a great way to take in a... Well, it's fair to say we can expect a bruising battle between these two, Grant.
Yeah, these are two teams that dare you to bring the ball at them. They both feast on the defensive side, so don't expect any scoring records broken in this one.
Let's check out Minnesota's starting lineup. Ed is at the 2 with McDaniels playing the 3. Rudy Gobert is out there with Julius Randle. And it's DiVincenzo in at the 1. Now here's Green. And Jaden McDaniels picks up the foul. That's his first foul of the game.
First personal foul. First team foul.
Here's Şengün. Here's the 3. Fires in the triple.
Hey, when he's hitting that shot, it really helps the spacing for this team.
And what happens is the court just opens up. You like seeing him get into a rhythm from outside the arc. Love it.
Here's the ball.
And so it's Green who brings up the ball for Houston. Now let's send it over to Ali LaForce, who is able to talk with Ime Udoka.
I asked him how Rudy Gobert alters their usual game plan. Coach acknowledged that he's a factor and said Rudy definitely demands more from us offensively. We have to be careful where we put our shooters with him waiting for swats. Coach thinks intelligent offense is what it takes to beat Gobert. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Ali. Minnesota is shooting their first foul shot of the game. And the technical free throw is good. Doris, one of the most physical guards in the NBA, Anthony Edwards.
If you want to talk about a prototypical NBA body, it's Anthony Edwards. He's got size, strength, athleticism, but beyond that, he's so skilled. 3-level scorer, versatile on the defensive end, fearless when it matters. Anthony Edwards may be the next face of the league.
3 on the clock. Gobert. Oh, and Gobert powers it home.
A vertical threat that is Rudy Gobert. What a ferocious finish at the rim.
Green against DiVincenzo. Green, the pass to Smith. That 3's off the mark. And here's Minnesota now. It's Edwards with a drive. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. It's going to be on Amin Thompson.
Well, Anthony Edwards has the kind of frame and skill set that can make him a force. But it all comes down to paying the price and putting in the work now.
Well, Grant, after 3 straight drafts high in the lottery, the Rockets got to 500 in 2024.
Yeah, and I love how they signed some vets in the summer of 23. Houston decided we want to win now, and I wish more teams did that.
Now here's Green, and he drives in, fires the 3. Şengün, no good.
Well, you can see why the defense dared him to shoot it. That's not really his spot.
Out to DiVincenzo. To the middle. Şengün with a steal. Back comes Houston in transition. And the slam dunk by Thompson.
And man, does Thompson glide down the court with ease. Outstanding at finishing in transition.
It's Edwards with a drive. And Edwards slams it in.
This is legit showmanship right here. I mean, I'm a huge fan of the tomahawk there.
That's more than just getting 2 points. That was sending a clear message. Houston shooting their first shots from the stripe in this game.
And what I like about Thompson, along with the high-level athleticism, he has a high-level feel for the game.
And here's Randle. He'll bring it up for Minnesota. DiVincenzo, pass to Gobert. And Gobert with the stuff.
How about the big guy attacking the rim? The throwdowns are loud and emphatic.
Pass to Şengün. Over Gobert. Houston with another miss.
What a masterful job on the defensive end. Did everything possible to alter that shot.
Edwards, the pass to Gobert. Green with the ball. Randle's in his pocket. Smith outside. To the inside. Outside, Green. The basket's good. Off the assist from Thompson. Green's got 5.
You love the confidence Green has. He wastes no time going up with the shot.
Edwards, the pass to Gobert. Smith with the rebound. For Houston, they've gone 4 of 7, shooting a solid percentage. Back to Green. Pass to Thompson. And out of bounds. Minnesota will have it.
Timberwolves ball.
Here's Randall. No points so far. Driving inside. Here's Gobert. Oh, and Gobert powers it home.
Rudy Gobert sees the lane and shows you I can put it on the deck and score.
Outside, Green. Thompson with a screen. Here's Şengün. Off target from outside. Minnesota in the lead. Outside for Randall. Lets it go from deep. Missed it. Now 0 for 1 in this game.
Well, the defense clearly was not interested in guarding him from downtown. They're very fortunate he missed.
On the wing, Brooks. Ooh, McDaniels with a steal. 8-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. Edwards, a pass to Gobert. Oh, and Gobert powers it home.
Adding insult to injury with the dunk off the steal.
Nice to see a good play on D. That led to some fireworks.
Let's see if that serves as a momentum builder. What a great sequence for this group.
Now here's Thompson. And it's Brooks missing. Right side, Edwards. McDaniels. Nice dish, and the layup goes down.
Credit their discipline. They've been working for high percentage shots.
And so it's Rudy Gobert making things happen for the Minnesota Timberwolves. He put together 10 points in the quarter. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for Minnesota.
They've done a great job establishing an inside presence. Now that'll open up more options offensively throughout the remainder of the game.
And their assist total, also impressive early, creating with the pass and playing for teammates.
On the court for the Timberwolves. And it's at the 2 with McDaniels playing the 3. Julius Randle out there with Rudy Gobert. And it's DiVincenzo in at the point guard position. Rockets trail by 5. Şengün passes to Thompson. To the right side. Thompson with a screen. Inside. Ooh, McDaniels with a steal. It's 2-on-1. Here's Edwards. Ooh, Edwards with style and authority.
Oh, Anthony Edwards thinks this game is a dunk contest. Go ahead, young sir. What a finish.
Doris, you look at the tools McDaniels has on defense. He can be special.
He can. There's incredible length, the reach, the strength. McDaniels very much able to be a shutdown defender against the best offensive players in the game.
Nice shot by DiVincenzo.
This is as pure a shooter as there is. You've got to stay connected or it's a problem.
Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Brian, Jabari Smith Jr. is making some serious strides, and Coach Ime Udoka praised him and said his all-around game, his confidence, great defensive versatility. He's starting to handle and make plays for others. Shooting is a huge asset for him, but we want him to post up and find his mid-range shots as well, where he can rise up over guys, Brian.
He is certainly one to watch, Allie. Thank you.
Gobert has a thin frame, but make no mistake, he is physical and he relishes contact.
And this is a star-driven league, but talk about the importance of role players, Grant.
Oh, B.A., a lot of times they're the ones who carry the day. You know what you'll get from your stars, but when the X factor ignites, that can make the difference.
Minnesota leading by 9. It's Edwards on the wing, covered by Smith. Edwards can't hit.
A rare miss for him at point-blank range. That's one he'd like to have back.
Green finds Şengün. Count that one. Şengün's got 5.
Well, you love the activity out there. What a play. This guy is busy on the offensive end.
Outside, DiVincenzo. And there's a defensive 3-second call. This will be a sports shot at the line here in this one.
At the line for the Timberwolves.
And so he hits the technical free throw.
Well, we know Edwards has an impressive skill set, but what really separates him is the competitive edge that he plays with.
Green against DiVincenzo. To the paint. 5 to shoot. Oh, Brooks with the steal. Green in the post. DiVincenzo covering. Down low. Here's Şengün. Minnesota with a rebound. Gobert's got 6 rebounds here tonight. Green for 3. The rebound by the Timberwolves.
And lockdown defense against one of the best three-point shooters in the league. Whew.
DiVincenzo against Brooks. McDaniels passes to DiVincenzo.
2 minutes remaining.
5 on the clock.
2 minutes.
Here's McDaniels. Here's Gobert. Playing to his strength. Gobert inside.
Wow, how about the offensive performance by Rudy Gobert? This guy feels good right now.
Thompson, a screen on DiVincenzo. Here's Green. Here's Şengün. He drops it from range. Give him 8.
Listen, this guy is not the most dangerous threat from there, but you have got to honor the shooting a little bit.
Green against DiVincenzo. And there's the whistle. The illegal screen is the call.
You can get away with one once in a while, but it looked like he wasn't completely set on that pick.
I don't think there's any question. There are so many rules that favor the offense these days. You've got to be able to equal things out when an illegal screen is set.
Brooks against Randall. The 3 ball. And it's Brooks missing.
And the defense got away with one there. I mean, that's a shot he typically makes.
Randall with it. Now Thompson defending. And Gobert with the stuff.
Yeah, Julius Randle has a good feel on the offensive end. On time and on target with the pass.
McDaniels against Thompson. Here's Şengün. The basket's good. Off the assist from Thompson. Şengün's got 8 points here in the quarter.
Not the best three-point shooter in the league, but he's got enough skill that you can't just let him fire it up.
Back to DiVincenzo. Outside McDaniels. And that one's good.
Well, that possession to me highlights the importance of creating for your teammates.
Here's Thompson going inside. And the slam dunk by Thompson.
Tough to slow Thompson down when he's got a lane to the rim like that.
Randall with it. No made baskets yet. Pass to Gobert. Oh, and Gobert powers it home.
And this kind of sick slam is just one of the reasons this team is in charge of this game right now, B.A.
You know, there's an edge the way they play and a confidence they're not afraid to show. And that'll do it for the first half of play. It's Minnesota leading by 9. And time now for the halftime break with the third quarter soon to follow on 2K Sports. We hope you've enjoyed the broadcast thus far. We're halfway through the game. You look at Rudy Gobert in this game, he's been everywhere.
And in the first half, he dominated in the post. He got the looks he wanted and was able to execute.
It felt like his work on the interior really gave this offense a boost. Let's see if he can dominate the rest of the way.
We've got Jabari Smith. Dillon Brooks is out there with Thompson. Then there's Alperen Şengün. And it's Green in at the point. So that's who's on the floor for the Rockets. Here's Randall. McDaniels up top. Back to Randall. And it's a defensive 3-second violation.
Minnesota ball.
And this is his 4th trip to the free throw line tonight.
For the Timberwolves, Anthony Edwards.
And the technical free throw is good. The Timberwolves making a switch here. Reed's checked in.
Nas Reed.
DiVincenzo against Green. Inside. Stolen by Thompson. Back comes Houston in transition. Brooks from outside. Yes, and a nice assist from Thompson. Thompson's got 4 assists in the game.
And you got to at least honor Brooks' three-point shot if you're the defense. I mean, he is more than capable of connecting.
Reed, a screen on Green. Here's DiVincenzo. Here's Reed. Second chance effort. A slam dunk by Reed.
And I just love how he's making the effort plays that everyone around him appreciates.
It is certainly making an impact tonight.
No doubt. On the scoreboard, in the body language of the players, you can tell which team is in complete command.
And Naz Reid has proven to be a matchup nightmare for opposing big men doors.
He has, BA, and the reason is he's bigger and stronger than most 4 men. Traditional 5s are too slow to stay with him. He can space you out to the three-point line, or he can punish you on the inside. Naz has got big-time game.
Edwards against Smith. Here's Şengün. Goes back up. Back to Smith. Thompson scanning the floor. To the inside. Şengün, no good. Minnesota leading by 5. Now here's Edwards. He's got 9 and out of bounds. Houston will have it. For Houston, they've gotten 3 of 6 shots to fall so far in the third. Right wing, beyond the arc. Again, the miss by Şengün.
He hasn't been able to find his touch this quarter.
Well, not at the offensive end, certainly. He cannot buy a bucket right now.
Pass to Reed. Back to DiVincenzo. Reed sets a screen. Shot clock at 6. A slam dunk by Reed.
Well, he's such a good athlete for a center. It's how he's able to succeed despite being one of the smallest 5s in the NBA.
Şengün, a screen on DiVincenzo. Green finds Şengün. Not going to go that time. The Timberwolves have gotten 2 of 4 shots to go since the break. Out to DiVincenzo.
2 minutes remaining in the third. 2 minutes.
Back to Edwards. Up and over Brooks. Edwards, no good.
Well, defenses are content to give up the mid-range, right? It's not the high percentage restricted area or the 3. You can see they're prepared to give up that shot.
Şengün passes to Thompson. Back to Şengün. Yes, and a nice assist from Thompson. Thompson's got 5 assists in the game.
Well, this is the kind of pass that gets everyone excited. It's also how you build great team chemistry.
Pass to Reed. Outside McDaniels. Here is DiVincenzo. To the middle. Here's Randall. That shot is off. Thompson with some nice D. To the paint. Now Şengün. 4-3. Again the miss by Şengün. Here's Edwards cutting inside. Out to DiVincenzo. Edwards a screen on Green. The Timberwolves need to get off a shot here. And Edwards with the basket on the assist by DiVincenzo. Edwards has got 12 points.
Well, the work that Anthony Edwards is putting in as a shooter is there. That range shot so important. Nice three-point look right there.
Şengün against Reed. Poke loose. Green, the pass to Brooks. Şengün with it. Randall's in his pocket. Şengün, no good. Outside McDaniels. To the inside. Reed. And he drops in the layup off the glass. And now a 10-point Minnesota lead.
And the defense has no one to blame but themselves. I mean, they just let him get right to the rim.
To me, this has simply stated been a complete lack of defensive attention and focus all night long.
And so it's Minnesota earning this. Fourth quarter action is upon us. Thanks as always for joining us. The Timberwolves lead by 10. And a look now at the 5 for the Timberwolves to start the fourth quarter. Amp is at the 2 with McDaniels playing the 3. Rudy Gobert is out there with Naz Reid. And it's DiVincenzo in at the point.
If he's operating in pick and roll, because Rudy Gobert is such a big target, hard to guard him.
DiVincenzo against Green. Over to the left wing. Şengün, that's good. And here's Minnesota now. They held a 12-point lead earlier. Reid to screen on Green. The floater. Thompson pulls it in. Rockets trail by 9. Takes it inside. Soft touch off the glass.
What a burst Thompson has. I mean, on his drives, he goes from 0 to 60 in a heartbeat.
DiVincenzo against Green. DiVincenzo pass to McDaniels. Drills it from deep. And the Timberwolves lead by 10.
And just not letting up at all. I mean, you have to love this approach. You want to get the ball to the guys who make plays.
One thing we've learned in the NBA, the game is never over. So you've got to continue to score, continue to build your lead.
Green against DiVincenzo. Green, the pass to Smith. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. The Timberwolves lead by 10. Pass to Gobert. Clock at 6. DiVincenzo with it. No good with the triple.
Oh, that was a great effort defensively. Get a hand up in the face of the shooter. It's so important.
Smith passes to Thompson. And the slam dunk by Thompson.
That is Thompson's game, rocking the rim and giving his team some energy.
Gobert lays it up and banks it in. Gobert's gotten 4 this quarter.
I like that. Punch it inside. You usually end up with a good shot and or get fouled.
Green, the pass to Smith. Green against Gobert. And it's Green missing. Minnesota's gone 3 of 6 from deep so far. The putback. It's rebounded by Şengün. Rockets trail by 10. Inside. Thompson passes to Green. Here's Thompson.
2 minutes for
Three-pointer. Another basket. He's now 6 for 7 in the contest.
And this is big for Thompson's confidence. He needs to keep hitting from downtown.
DiVincenzo, pass to Reid. Now here's Gobert. Ooh, he took a hard foul on the shot. So he'll head to the line to shoot a pair. That one on Şengün.
The officials were right on top of that one.
And a closer look here at the scoring breakdown for the Timberwolves.
Well, you love their unselfish play. Keeping that ball moving, good shot to great. That's winning basketball.
Also, I just love how hard they've taken the ball to the rack. They've made a point of attacking, and it's led to them getting buckets.
Thompson passes to Şengün. Late clock. Houston's got to hurry. Thompson's shot is off.
Listen, we know the mid-range game is in this guy's arsenal, but you wonder, should he have moved it just one pass more?
Edwards against Smith.
And the clock will wind down on this one. Just a solid effort and a good win for the Timberwolves.
They made a point to get some good looks.
Yes, they were able to pound the ball inside. I love it.
And of all the highlights and performances we've seen here tonight, the one thing that stands out is what an unbelievable night it's been for Rudy Gobert.
Boy, this guy played with some swagger and intensity on the boards tonight, dominating the physical aspect of the game.
Gobert. And Gobert with the stuff.
The assist.
Stepping up and nailing an important shot to put this away.
Yeah, playing with great energy and great effort. And as a coach, you'd love to see this from your team every single night.
Here's Şengün. Off target with the three. McDaniels against Smith. Pass to Reed. Ooh, excellent D there from Smith. And short of a miracle, they're walking out of here with a tough loss.
They fought all night, a terrific effort, but they just couldn't make enough big plays.
Reed for three. No good on the shot. So we see the Timberwolves taking the W here. They have to feel good about this performance. It's one they can be proud of.
Very true.
The main event is kicking into motion. From Toyota Center in Houston, the Kings taking... Get ready, everyone, for Tuesday afternoon NBA action. Hey, Clark, in tonight's game, what are you watching closely?
Well, the thing that jumps out at me, Kevin, is the guard matchup. I mean, both teams have tremendous backcourts, and I really think whoever is able to win or control that battle is going to win the game.
Let's take a look at our starters for Sacramento. DeRozan and Murray slot in at the small and power forward. Malik Monk out there with Zach LaVine. And it's Sabonis in at the 5, roaming the paint. 5 to shoot. And then Monk with the dunk.
And Monk has some real bounce now. When he's clear for takeoff, he's not hesitating at all before he launches.
Van Vliet against LaVine to the inside. And it's Thompson with the jam.
Man, what a pass that was there. He really, really relishes making the game easier for his teammates.
LaVine can't hit. DeRozan against Van Vliet. Down low. Şengün. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line. Hey, Greg, one thing that the Kings have had work for them over the last few seasons is their depth.
They have made some shrewd moves to fill out their bench. Got great contributions from their 6 through 10 players. It's been a big part of their recent success.
You can almost see the hunger and focus in the eyes of Alperen Şengün. I mean, this guy completely locked in on doing as much as he can for his team when he's out there.
Here's Van Vliet. Şengün with a wide open look. His 3-pointer's off the mark. Sabonis against Thompson. In the corner, it's LaVine. Lets it go with the 3. Green with the rebound. And here in the first, closing in on 2 minutes play. Here's Thompson, and it's Thompson with the jam.
He's got rocket ship-like takeoff. Thompson can flat out fly.
And they pick up 2.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Well, this early, they should be showing a lot more energy on defense. It's not there.
Green finds Thompson. And it's Thompson with the jam.
Nice to see such unselfish play from Green, putting the team ahead of himself.
Murray, a screen on Van Vliet. The deep 3 from LaVine. Again, LaVine missing. For Houston, they've gone 3 of 4 from the field to start out the game. An intentional foul committed, but for what purpose, Greg, I'm not sure.
A scene of confusion right there. I can't imagine why he thought it was a good idea to foul there.
To the paint, here's Thompson, and it's Thompson with the jam.
This guy is a high flyer. I mean, especially for a power forward, and he needs to be as an undersized player.
And Clark watching Amen Thompson. He is just a different kind of athlete.
He sure is, boy. Special as an athlete. And we've got some of the greatest athletes in the world across the NBA. He's smooth, he's explosive, he's fluid, well coordinated. Seems like he just kind of floats in the air. It's special to watch him do his thing.
And man, is this team on a roll right now offensively, Greg. So fun to watch.
They're playing with so much confidence, which is why they're tearing it up on this end.
Sacramento making a switch here. Lyles checked in.
Trey Lyles.
And stolen by Thompson. Getting the latest now from our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David, it's all yours. Take it away.
Thanks, Kevin. Alperen Şengün is a weapon on the block. Coach Ime Udoka said there are not a ton of true low-post threats in the NBA nowadays. Joel Embiid, Jokic, I don't know how many others there are anymore. Alpie's had success against pretty much everybody that's guarded him. Kevin, his footwork is indeed high level.
DA, totally agree. Great footwork. Moves on moves, I've always said.
And great find. By Van Vliet. He's in control of this offense and generally makes good decisions.
Here's Monk. Great defense that time from Şengün. Levine against Van Vliet. Pass to Şengün. Thompson outside. Lock at 6. Brooks finds Green. And it's good. Assisting on the play was Brooks.
Green getting very aggressive on the perimeter and really good concentration as he focused on his shot.
DeRozan's shot is off.
That's a surprise. I mean, really out of character for him to miss when the defense is not right up on it.
Van Vliet passes to Brooks. And again, it's the Rockets from deep.
I like their focus coming in. Terrific execution so far.
And, you know, it's an all-out effort they've come in with. Very aggressive offense so far.
Now in the later stages of his career, Greg, DeMar DeRozan continues to be a master from the mid-range.
Kevin, we all know he loves that area of the floor. And what makes him so effective, the footwork. He's so good at backing guys down and creating space to get that jumper off.
Valanciunas is checked in for the Kings. Here's Thompson. It's hauled in by the Kings. 24 seconds left in the first. DeRozan with it. Picked up by Van Vliet. Levine wide open. Good on the three-point shot. Levine's got 8 points.
Levine with that high-arching shot from the corner.
Pass to Valanciunas. Out to DeRozan. And too much time in the lane. They get called for the 3-second violation.
Rockets ball.
Here's Van Vliet. Scoreless thus far. Out to Thompson. Three-pointer. And that shot was up in time, but doesn't go in. And so it's the Houston Rockets with their lead. And for those of you just tuning in, the second quarter of action is where we're at right now. And a closer look here at the scoring breakdown for the Rockets.
Their chemistry. That's what really stood out so far in this one to me. Look at the number of assists they've been able to rack up so far.
And the other thing I've been impressed with, guys, is their assertiveness at attacking the paint, trying to hunt for those high percentage looks.
On the court for the Kings as the second quarter gets underway. Monk on the wing. He's paired with DeRozan. Sabonis is out there with Jonas Valanciunas, and it's Levine in at the point guard. Monk kicks to Levine. 6 to shoot. And it's Van Vliet with the rebound. And so Van Vliet will bring it up for the Houston Rockets. Thompson sets the pick for Green. Pass to Şengün. Houston needs to get a shot. Nice D from Sabonis. The Kings trail by 9. In the corner, it's Monk. Valanciunas with a screen on Green. Here's Monk. The kick out to Sabonis. Here's Levine. That falls. Nice feed that time from Sabonis. 10 points for Zach LaVine. Greg, every year, injuries are a huge factor in shaping the title race. And I'm guessing that teams should probably put more of a premium on durability. What do you think?
Well, Kevin, I think all GMs take that into account. A team wants to be confident it'll have a stable roster over the course of a long season.
Thompson passes to Şengün. And the wide open shot from Green. Hits the three-point bomb. Green's got 6 points.
No wasted motion or hesitation there. Green ready to shoot as soon as he caught it.
Screen by Sabonis. There's Levine. And oh boy, a lot of contact there, but he gets the call and will shoot 2. And Clark, the Rockets, just one of a handful of franchises to win back-to-back NBA titles.
Can you believe that, Kevin? It was roughly 30 years ago that the Rockets did that, led by Hakeem Olajuwon, perhaps the best player in the league at that time. Of course, this was while Michael Jordan was retired from the NBA the first time.
A shot by Thompson. No one's around. Again, the miss by Thompson. The Kings trail by 9. And here in the second quarter of action with a hair under 2.5 minutes played so far. To the middle. And stolen by Thompson. Şengün with the ball. Now Valanciunas defending. Out to Brooks. Trying to find Şengün. He gets it to him.
Turkish thunder. Şengün tasting the sauce up top.
Levine finds Sabonis. Outside Levine. Valanciunas inside. He's covered by Thompson. Good D by Thompson.
In the first half. 2 minutes.
Brooks against Monk. Brooks the pass to Thompson. And he gets it to go. Thompson's got the lead up to 13 now for the Rockets.
And this one has been all about Amen Thompson, a freakish athlete. When he gets rolling, there's just not much a defender can do.
Whatever the defense gives, that's what he takes. A sign of a skilled offensive player.
Van Vliet left side. Oh, good with the triple. The Kings trail by 11. Here's Monk. Missed inside. Houston's gone 2 for 5 from three-point land since the end of the first. Out to the wing. From deep, Green. Score it. His third straight basket in 3 tries.
Beautiful setup. You see right there, Alperen Şengün. His game isn't all about power.
Levine, that one falls through. It's his 6th make from the floor this game, now 6 for 10.
No surprise there. I mean, realizing he has the size advantage, he exploits it perfectly.
Out to Thompson, fires the 3. Pass to Green. Brooks with no one around. Knocks down the 3 ball. Brooks has got 6.
He doesn't take a lot of time to make up his mind. Brooks always thinking ahead, and he's in position before the pass is made.
Offensive rebound. He can't get that one. And here's Houston. They're on a 16-7 run. Van Vliet attacking. From deep, Green. It's hauled in by the Kings. On the wing, Monk. Headed by Green. And Valanciunas now atop the key. Valanciunas sets a screen for Sabonis. And so it's the Houston Rockets, riding a 15-point lead at the end of the quarter. They have made it very tough to get a shot off against them. Their defense has been stifling. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Fans, please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the fan half-court shot. Runs. They're measuring up the shot.
And with the second half upon us, we'll find out if this game becomes the route that it's threatening to be. You look at Zach LaVine, he's really been playing well.
No problems fighting his way to the rim in this one. A lot of points in close.
Yeah, you know what, guys? They gave him too many free runs to the hoop in the first half. I think they've got to be a lot tougher on him. Body him up. Be physical with him.
Running the wings, they'll go with Green and Brooks. Thompson is out there with Alperen Şengün. And it's Van Vliet into the point guard position. And that's the group in there for Ime Udoka as we begin the second half. Greg, what's the key thing Fred Van Vliet brings to this offense?
I feel like he's really a centering presence, Kevin. The guys can look to him to call the play, to give them their orders, and trust that he's setting them up for success.
Thompson, high post. Valanciunas is there. And Şengün throws it down.
And the one-hand slam just looks so pretty when it's in his hand and he's the one doing the slam.
Agreed. He is smooth as silk, even on a power finish.
Part of what makes him unique, guys, that combination of power and polish.
Brooks gets to Şengün. Back to Brooks. Good, and the assist goes to Şengün. Şengün's got 3 assists now in this one. Screen by Sabonis. In the corner, it's Monk. Back to Levine. Thompson against Valanciunas. Pass to DeRozan. Plays it up and banks it in.
DeRozan's excellent footwork makes him dangerous inside. Defenses have to recognize that.
Van Vliet outside. Brooks for three. Sabonis grabs the board.
And on an open look like that, he's very gifted at making the weak coverage pay.
Here's Monk. Sabonis trying to get open. And it's Monk that time on the assist by Levine.
And he's an explosive guard who isn't afraid to test the defense. Heads up play there from Monk.
And the ball out of play. The Kings will inbound. The Kings trail by 16. Inside. Count the bucket coming off a perfectly placed assist. Monk's got 4 this quarter.
We know he can shoot deep, but he also has a nice touch inside. So Monk has a lot of confidence wherever he's shooting the ball from.
And he wanted everybody in the building to feel that ferocity.
And we did. We felt it. Even over here we felt it.
It's the best way to do it, as long as you don't get teed up for it.
Fires for 3. And it's Sacramento with the rebound. Valanciunas has got 5 rebounds tonight. Levine kicks to Sabonis. Kept alive. Valanciunas, good.
And one way Valanciunas generates offense, using that big body to stare the board and keep the play alive.
Şengün passes to Green. Good, and the assist goes to Şengün. Green's got 12 in the game.
And with the lead, I like the strategy here. Continue to get the ball to guys who can do something with it.
If it's working, keep working it. That's what I say. Keep the pressure on.
These are his 3rd and 4th free throw attempts of the game. First free throw is good.
First team foul. Shooting for Sacramento.
And so Levine nails both of them. Rockets leading by 15. Thompson in the posts. Valanciunas is there. Off target at the rim. And so Levine will bring it up now for Sacramento. It's rebounded by Houston. Green's got 6 rebounds in the game. Van Vliet kicks to Green. And he drops in the layup off the glass. Green's got 5 points in the quarter.
Well, we're seeing validation as to why Green went 2nd overall in the draft. He's got a unique ability to score the ball.
Outside DeRozan. And he's good on the 3-ball.
DeRozan.
He's got 7.
Defensively, there was a lack of aggressiveness, and it really made it easy for him to knock that shot down.
And it's Thompson with the jam.
Selfless with the rock. Şengün won't hesitate to make a pass out to a ready shooter.
Levine with it, picked up by Van Vliet. Let's quickly check out the scoring breakdown here for the Rockets.
Well, I think they've been lethal from beyond the arc this game, no doubt about it. Hard to defend such spot-on shooting.
And the other thing that stands out is just how well they have moved the ball. Everyone's touching it and having a chance to create.
Steven Adams is checked in for Alperen Şengün. Van Vliet passes to Adams. Good, and Van Vliet gets the assist.
And this is where Adams has the biggest impact. The closer to the basket, the more effective he is.
Sabonis a screen on Van Vliet. To the inside. That one's in there. The Rocket lead is cut back down to 14 on those points from Sabonis.
And that solid play in the paint continues here, guys.
Pass to Van Vliet. It's a 4-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. The shot by Thompson, no good. On the wing, Monk. He's got 6 and contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. It goes on Dylan Brooks.
Yeah, when you look at Monk's shot mechanics, they're really solid. Even with the foul, he completed his follow-through in his shooting motion. Impressive. Free throw shooting is about mechanics, confidence, and your mental approach. He's locked in from there most every night.
Out to Brooks. It'll count. And no good on the last second attempt this time. And here at the end of the 3rd quarter, it's a double-digit ball game. And it's time to bring up the State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, and I like the fact we get to see this pass one more time. A magnificent feed, and you love to see your off guard taking over the playmaking duties with this much skill.
Yeah, platinum level dime dropping there, fellas. Accurate and on time.
And there may not be a lot of drama down the stretch as we head into the fourth quarter, but stranger things have happened. On the court for Sacramento. Monk on the wing. He's paired with DeRozan. Sabonis is out there with Jonas Valanciunas, and it's Levine in at the point. Levine kicks to DeRozan. Pass to Valanciunas. It's rebounded by Houston. They led the game at 1 point by 20. Green with the ball. Now guarded by Monk. Adams. Good. Great play by Green to set it up. Green's got his 4th assist in this one. Here's Levine. Makes that one fall. It's his 8th bucket in 15 shot attempts.
Hey, for all that Levine can do on the hardwood, at heart, he's a pure scorer.
Down low, here's Adams, and Adams with the slam.
Oh, I dunk you very much.
He can really fly, and you combine that, Greg, with some nice penetration, too, and you've got 2 points.
A lot of bounceability there, guys. I mean, well above the rim. That's what makes him dangerous.
For 3, Van Vliet, rebounded by Valanciunas. Valanciunas has got rebound number 8 now on the night. Levine passes to Sabonis. Back to Levine. Sabonis sets the pick for Levine. To the paint. Misses the layup. He had him with that bump fake. Rockets leading by 16. Here's Thompson. And the layup's good off the glass.
It helps that Thompson can score with either hand close to the bucket. Defenders can't force him to one side or the other.
Pass to Monk. Levine dishes to Valanciunas. Outside Levine from past the arc. And it's Valanciunas that time on the assist by Levine.
And he's pretty relentless inside. Valanciunas gets after it down low. It might not always look pretty, but he makes the most of his chances in the paint.
And that one's good. Green.
And this is the game plan for him. He's a big part of their floor spacing.
And you know what? It's all about the long-distance game for him tonight. He's getting it done from out there.
Good on the shot.
Boy, sometimes there's just no stopping DeRozan. When he's determined to score, he's going to fight his way through contact.
Van Vliet on the wing. Guarded by Levine. Van Vliet kicks to Brooks. And he could not get that one to go. A lot of contact, and he'll go to the line for 2. That one on DeRozan. Well, Clark, we hear a lot about the antics with Brooks, but he deserves more attention for his play.
I agree, especially on the defensive end, Kevin. He's one of the top perimeter defenders in the league, and some of what his antics are flowing out of is his competitive spirit. I still think he needs to tamp down the antics because that does take away from what he does, which is lock guys up and play with great competitive spirit all the time.
Green.
Oh, man. Once he takes flight, Green can make some incredible moves in the air.
Sacramento moving it around.
Well, guys, this was never really a contest, just a total obliteration, if you will. And you can safely say mission accomplished now for the Rockets.
This was a team performing to its fullest capability.
A hugely satisfying win. A game that not many will soon forget. And on the other side, one that I think most will try to forget.
And we watched one guy all night long, guys, and looking at the stats just confirms what a dominant game he had. What a night tonight it was for Jalen Green.
Every time there was a big possession or a big play, he was a major contributor. Just a great all-around game.
No good on the second, so he hits 1 of 2. Clark, famously, Fred Van Vliet was undrafted. Why do you think he was overlooked?
Wow, I tell you, I think size But, man, when you look at his intangibles, it's hard to not be impressed with what Fred VanVleet has done. He is an incredible basketball player. Smart, tough, skilled, relentless. He's had a great career as an undrafted player.
And so here's Sacramento. They trail by 18. And Levine, here we go. Pass to Valanciunas. And the rebound goes to the Rockets. 22 is their biggest lead. 7-second difference, shot and game clock. VanVleet wide open. That drops and it comes off an assist from Brooks. And the Rockets lead by 21. Here's Levine. Count that one.
Zach Levine.
Now VanVleet. Three-pointer, Brooks. It's off. So we see the Rockets taking the win here. It was a tale of two teams tonight. One that was in total control, operating flawlessly, and the other just searching for answers that they could never find.
I mean, the energy.
The Kings, as they came through the tunnel earlier on tonight, all set to give their greetings and welcome to the Battle of the Big Men. Grab some popcorn. For this face-off at the center position tonight, Graham.
Oh, no question, B.A. I mean, these bigs bring the size and skill. Who has more tools in their toolkit? I mean, we're about to find out.
And a look at Minnesota's opening lineup. Ant is at the 2 with McDaniels playing the 3. Julius Randle out there with Rudy Gobert. And it's DiVincenzo in at the 1. Oh, it's stolen by DeRozan. Now the Kings in transition. Ellis, good.
He's setting the table for his guys. Sabonis is such a shrewd and cunning distributor.
Outside, DiVincenzo. Into the lane. Here's Gobert. Nice D from Valanciunas. McDaniels against DeRozan. It's rebounded by Rudy Gobert. And stand over his long NBA career, DeMar DeRozan honing in his game.
Yeah, Brian, and he's patterned it after his idol, Kobe Bryant. He's also an excellent shot creator. His development as a passer has helped make him a very productive offensive focal point.
At almost 7 feet tall, you gotta push Sabonis farther away. When you don't, he just dunks it with ease.
DiVincenzo, pass to Gobert. It's good.
Seen that play develop ahead of time. Hits his man in stride.
Defensive Player of the Year 4 times over, Stan. Rudy Gobert tied for the record.
Yeah, Brian, alongside Dikembe Mutombo and Ben Wallace, and Gobert's capable of getting another one too, assuming his countryman Victor Wembanyama doesn't start taking the reins.
Offensive rebound, Randle, and it's Randle with the jam.
Wow, Julius Randle. We could feel the floor shaking on that one.
Valanciunas with a screen on Edwards. Levine passes to Valanciunas. Outside for Levine. Just 5 to shoot. With some arc. And Valanciunas gets it to go on the assist by Levine.
And check out how in sync Valanciunas is with the ball handler. They've clearly practiced that move plenty of times.
And it's Randle with the jam.
Great job on the back end of the play.
Yep, finished with both hands, making sure of it. Levine passes to Sabonis. Sabonis with a screen on McDaniels. Back to Sabonis. And that one makes him 2 for 2. He's in his rhythm.
Yeah, the touch of Sabonis around the rim. I mean, it's fantastic.
Here's Randle. Oh, he nails that one. 3 for 4 now.
I love this approach. Getting him involved early, and it's already paying off.
Yeah, well, his offensive contributions are going to be very important in this game. So it's good they've already got him in a rhythm.
Here they come with numbers in transition. A minute 53 left in the first. Takes the 3. Gets the 3 ball to go. Randle's got 9.
Yeah, a shot that Randle has added to his repertoire. Shooting the 3 with confidence now.
And it's DeRozan missing. Minnesota in the lead. And the Kings have held tough. But it seems like the West has gotten tougher, Grant.
Well, what's the saying? If you're not getting better, you're getting worse. And the Kings have to find that next level.
Now here's Levine. Still no points. DeRozan right side. And here's Sabonis outside. Another miss. He's 2 for 4. A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
Thanks. Yeah, Sacramento's head coach and I were able to chat briefly. I asked him about Julius Randle and why he's so hard to stop. Coach said it's the ball handling, the spin moves, and the ability to finish against length. They want to try to force him right and take him out of his rhythm. Something many teams have tried, but few have accomplished, guys.
Great work, Allie. Thanks.
And yeah, Randall is absolutely a threat from in between. Something that D has to recognize and adjust accordingly. And this kind of selflessness is great to see. Textbook positioning to draw the charge.
44 seconds left in the first quarter. Let's go with a 3. And it's out of bounds to Minnesota.
Minnesota ball.
35 seconds left in the opening quarter. Here's Edwards. Six to shoot. Pass to McDaniels.
Love the effort from DeMar DeRozan, making things tough on the shooter. And those second chance buckets are major bonus points if you can get them.
Here's Levine. And Gobert with a block. Edwards looking it over. Now here's Gobert. And so it's the Minnesota Timberwolves leading by 6 as we wrap up the quarter. And it's all due to their ability to own the paint. They've been dominant. And for those of you just tuning in, second quarter action is where we are. And when you consider how Minnesota is doing, guys, your thoughts?
Well, a big differentiator was their ability to generate offense by pounding the glass.
Yeah, look, and whether it's a point-blank putback or a kick-out for an open 3, offensive rebounds usually generate quality shots.
Jonas Valanciunas out there with DeMar DeRozan. Then it's Domantas Sabonis. Then there's Zach LaVine. And it's Ellis in at the point guard position. That's the 5 to begin the second quarter for the Kings. Left side, DiVincenzo. It's Edwards on the wing. He's guarded by Sabonis. Back to Edwards. Strong drive by Edwards. Off target. That would have pushed the lead to double digits. Offensively, it's been a struggle for him.
Yeah, they need to string together some shots to have any kind of chance.
Stand back in your early coaching days, what was the dynamic working with the front office?
Well, I was in good situations, and so you need the coach and the front office in sync, where you're all working toward the same goals and you understand what the process is going to look like.
And how in sync were you when Stan was the coach and Stan was the front office?
We had problems then because the coach didn't like the front office very often, and the front office was always unhappy with the coach.
Nice. Up top, DiVincenzo hasn't gotten one to fall yet.
When Gobert is close like that, you know he's going to try and ram it through.
Kings trail by 8. DeRozan down low. Randall's there, and it's DeRozan missing. Outside Edwards. Driving in. Oh, can't convert the two-handed jam. The Kings have gone just 1 of 3 to begin the second quarter. And he got the whistle on the way up, so he'll be headed to the line for a pair.
I like that. I mean, some physical play inside. He's not about to give up any easy baskets.
Sacramento shooting their 3rd and 4th free throw attempts of the game. Both good from the line that time.
Making shots at the line. You need a good routine, and he certainly has one.
Here's Randall. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up. That'll belong to Domantas Sabonis.
Inside, you have to try something to stop Randall. But he gets physical right back and draws a good shooting foul.
And Randall drops them both.
He's one of the league's best free throw shooting bigs. A performance like this certainly proves it.
DeRozan against McDaniels. DeRozan passes to Sabonis, out to the wing. Shoots a fadeaway. Valanciunas can't get it to go.
And even with the miss, that's a high percentage shot for him.
Edwards. Inside. Edwards lays it in.
Well, everything about Edwards' drive makes it dangerous. His speed, his agility, and his lack of fear.
And Stan, while Edwards has pushed back, it hasn't stopped others from comparing him to his airness, Michael Jordan.
And that talk is more about how his game reminds one of MJ and less about greatness. Edwards' career is just getting started.
DiVincenzo, pass to Edwards. And Edwards slams it in. And the Timberwolves lead by 10.
Put that one-man show on Broadway.
That's one way to go with the alley-oop.
2 minutes remaining in the first half.
Levine attacking. And he's now 1 for 4 after that one.
Just a really gifted athlete. Levine's speed makes him an effective penetrator.
Here's Randall. And it's Randall with the jam.
Attacking the rim with power.
Tremendous finish. DeRozan down low. McDaniels covering. DeRozan with the bucket. DeRozan's got 6 points in the quarter.
And DeRozan is fearless, not afraid of getting inside and going up to score.
Valanciunas against Randall. DiVincenzo on the wing. Back to Randall. Right at the free throw line. Valanciunas for the rebound. Kings trail by 8. Levine surveys the D. Down low. And the dunk by Valanciunas.
I mean, with his height and size, stopping Valanciunas just isn't an option sometimes. What a jam.
Knocked loose. DeRozan with the ball. DiVincenzo picks him up. Inside. Oh, Levine. Pretty.
And that's gotta hurt. A turnover for a free run at the rim.
And now we know who has the momentum.
A sequence like that really does sting. I'll tell you that much.
Good on the bucket.
Yeah, never a bad idea to have Randall with the ball. Just a great passing forward.
Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds. Levine passes to Ellis. Just 5 on the clock. Sinks that one from the post. Ellis has got 7. There's 10 seconds left in the half. DiVincenzo pass to Edwards. And he'll draw the foul. He'll head to the line for 2.
Man, good whistle there.
It's his first trip to the line. No good on the free throw.
Shooting for Minnesota, Anthony Edwards at the line for 2.
He hits the second from the line. Just 4 seconds left in the second quarter. Levine way outside. And that's not going to go. And a pretty tightly contested game here as we end the first half. The T-Wolves on top. They lead by 5. And we'll step away briefly, but get you right back out there for the start of the third quarter, right after the break.
Fans, please direct your attention to center court. And get ready for the fan half-court shots. Drum roll, please. They're measuring up the shots.
And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during halftime. Julius Randle has been sensational.
He's been dominating down low. Gotta assume they'll keep feeding him the rock.
That's certainly what I do. Until the defense shows they can stop him, ride the hot hand.
Kicking off the second half, here's Chris Finch's 5. Ant is at the 2 with McDaniels playing the 3. Rudy Gobert is out there with Julius Randle. And it's DiVincenzo in at the point. Valanciunas can't get it to go. The Timberwolves lead by 7. Here's DiVincenzo. No points yet. And he's going for the lob. A punch from Gobert.
I mean, how do you stop Gobert on a slam? He's too big, rising up too fast. There's really nothing you can do.
Levine passes to Valanciunas. Outside for Levine. Sabonis with a screen on Edwards. Here's Levine. Oh, my goodness!
What a dunk!
That's the sauce right there. I mean, every night, Levine approaches the rim like it's a dunk contest.
And that's a foul called on Domantas Sabonis. That's his third foul of the game.
Personal foul. First team foul.
Here's Gobert. He has 6. Pass to McDaniels. Back to Gobert. Rudy, a monster inside.
Outstanding job converting in close. Gobert understands how to execute around the rim.
Sabonis with a screen on McDaniels. McDaniels against DeRozan. Pulls up at the elbow. Here's Sabonis over Gobert. Ooh, great D that time from Gobert.
Not really what we expected. You know he wants that one back.
And he's going for the oop here. And it's Randall with the jam. Stan, you've coached some great defensive anchors in your time. Who do you view as the best in the game today?
Well, Brian, you probably have to start with Rudy Gobert, but we've got guys like Brook Lopez, Jaren Jackson, Anthony Davis, and then we've got 2 young ones coming up that could be as good as we've seen in Wemby and Chet Holmgren.
This is the second trip to the line in the game. The first one falls. And Randall drops them both. And so it's Levine with it. He brings it up for the Kings. It's rebounded by Minnesota. Edwards has got 4 rebounds now. Just under 2.5 minutes into this third quarter now. Up again. Here's Gobert. Oh! Gobert hammers it home.
And that's why you don't give up on the glass.
Man, his efforts well rewarded right there.
Well, that's what he does. He makes an impact with his activity on the boards.
The Timberwolves lead by 12. Outside McDaniels.
Two minutes remaining in the third. 2 minutes.
Pass to Randall. 6 on the shot clock. Puts it up from 15. Oh, they get a hand on it. And pushing it up. Here's Sacramento. Valanciunas passes to Sabonis.
You have to be ready to battle when going up against Sabonis. His size and strength can wear defenders down.
Well, Grant, in the spring of 2024, a remarkable streak ended. Domantas Sabonis had recorded 61 consecutive double-doubles.
Yeah, it was the longest streak since the merger back in 1976. Now, Sabonis has led the NBA in rebounding multiple years. Plus, he has averaged 8 assists in a season, so that is big-time production.
Well, you have to be careful with Edwards on the arc because he is completely fearless.
Here's Ellis. DiVincenzo covering. Valanciunas with a screen on DiVincenzo. Randall with a steal. And here we go. The Timberwolves on the run. Rips down the breakaway slam.
Yeah, nice anticipation by Randall to get into the passing lane and creating a scoring chance for his guys.
Ellis. No good there. Good work defensively by DiVincenzo. Minnesota leading by 16. Picked by Gobert. Outside for Randall. Gobert up top. Outside, DiVincenzo. Misses the 3. Sacramento has gone 1 of 2 shooting from the perimeter since halftime. Sabonis with a screen on Edwards. Here's Ellis. DiVincenzo covering. Valanciunas passes to Ellis. It's blocked by Gobert.
Yeah, the long arms, it's difficult to protect your shot from Gobert's reach.
We've got 13 seconds left in the third quarter. Just 2 to shoot. Sacramento again missing. Outside, DiVincenzo. He got it up in time, but it would not fall for him. And as we end the third quarter, a double-digit deficit will... And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
This is the definition of team chemistry. I love to see this kind of communication and connection between teammates leading to the perfect pass.
Well, it's one of the core parts of the game. Reading the defense and creating an easy bucket for your teammate. That is pretty.
And there have been 2 very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. We've got Zach LaVine, Jonas Valanciunas out there with DeMar DeRozan. Then it's Domantas Sabonis, and it's Ellis in at the point guard position. That's the 5 out there for the Kings. Randall deciding where to go with it. Rebound by Sacramento. Sabonis has got his 4th rebound in this one. Valanciunas with a screen on Edwards. LaVine passes to Valanciunas. And the dunk by Valanciunas.
And just a lack of fight right now on the defensive end.
Right? At least on that slam it was. That's one way to let a team back in the game.
Yeah, but also credit the offense there. That's making a play when you really need it, and they need more of that.
Back to Randall from outside the arc. It's rebounded by Sabonis. Sabonis has got rebound number 5 here tonight. Sabonis with a screen on DiVincenzo. Drives to the hoop. Outside for LaVine. That one falls. Nice feed from Sabonis.
And LaVine knows he has the green light to take these shots, and his confidence is really impressive.
Outside, DiVincenzo. And miss after miss right now. Here's Ellis. Pass to Valanciunas. Kicks it to DeRozan. Over McDaniels. And it's DeRozan missing. And here's Gobert. He'll bring it up for the Timberwolves. Nothing doing offensively yet for them in the 4th. DiVincenzo, pass to Randall. Rebound by Sacramento.
Won't see him miss that one too many times.
Yeah, it was a great look. Sometimes they don't fall. You've just got to keep taking great shots.
DeRozan against DiVincenzo. Fade away. And it's DeRozan missing. The Timberwolves lead by 9. Just over 2.5 minutes played now. Final quarter of regulation.
I'll tell you, those finishes are always extra special when they come from your point guard.
Oh, forget about his passing. Can we see more dunking?
Wow, that is an impressive vertical for a point guard. My goodness.
Here's Ellis. Here he goes. Here's Sabonis. Rudy Gobert with a rebound. Minnesota's gone 0 for 2 from outside here in the 4th quarter. LaVine against Edwards. Bucket again. 7 for 12 and going at the defense.
Well, look, it's tough to keep Edwards out of the lane and tough to stop him once he's in there.
Here's LaVine on the take. Wow, LaVine quick to the basket.
Well, he can beat you in a lot of ways. Very challenging to defend.
Here's Gobert. Book it. And it's Randall with the assist. Randall's got 3 assists now in this one.
Like a matador. Olay! There was no defense. That has to be one of the easier shots I've seen tonight.
An unorganized defense like that is not going to help them close this deficit.
To the paint. Here's Sabonis. And Sabonis slams it in.
For a center, he's maybe undersized, but his ability to get in the air to make a play balances that out.
Here's Edwards. Oh, it's blocked by Valanciunas.
Now, you got to be aware when Valanciunas is in the area. He's capable of sending your shot back.
Pass to DeRozan. The three is up. Randall pulls down the board. I think a bucket here, Grant, would end this game.
Absolutely. That would put a bow on this one.
34 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Here's DiVincenzo, and he converts the layup. And the Timberwolves lead by 13.
Yeah, they blocked out the noise, blocked out the distractions, kept on grinding, and this is their reward.
It is always a special feeling winning on the road. The degree of difficulty adding to that sense of accomplishment.
Here is DiVincenzo. So we see the Timberwolves taking the W here. Exceptional effort on the road. They were ready and they were focused.
Focused indeed. I mean, it takes a...
Oh, who say does that?
It's the NBA Live on 2K. It'll be Los Angeles off the tip. Now Sacramento starting 5. DeRozan out there with Jonas Valanciunas. Then it's Zach LaVine. Then it's Ellis. And it's Sabonis in at the 5 down low. People like to debate, and Greg, I don't know if this is you, what's better, Kawhi's defense or his offense?
Well, Kevin, I'll say this. Even if he was a subpar defender, his offense alone would have him among the league's top players. But his defense isn't subpar. At its best, it's elite.
And it's sent back by Sabonis. A deep three from Leonard. Sabonis grabs the board. And so Ellis will bring it up for the Sacramento Kings. Pass to LaVine. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul. And Richard, you look back, Zach LaVine has been one of those microwave-type players. He can get hot in a blink of an eye.
Zach LaVine is one of those players that when he catches fire, there is nothing you can do about it. He can score from deep, multiple level score. When he gets going, ooh, it could be a problem.
Now the Kings with it. Valanciunas passes to LaVine. Valanciunas sets a screen for LaVine. And stolen by Leonard. And now running up the court. Leonard pushing it up. Jones for 3. Los Angeles with another miss. Outside LaVine. DeRozan in the corner. Back to LaVine. Shot clock at 6. Here's Valanciunas. Makes it off the glass.
And he's pretty relentless inside. Valanciunas gets after it down low. It might not always look pretty, but he makes the most of his chances in the paint. That is some tough defense there against one of the better finishers in our game.
LaVine passes to Valanciunas. Over Eubanks. No good from Valanciunas. Los Angeles is gone, just 1 of 4 from three-point range here in the first. Harden scanning the floor. And 2 free throws coming up, unable to get that one to go with all the contact. It's on Zach LaVine.
The southpaw, hard, lucky lefty. He's a tremendous offensive player who can pretty much get triple-doubles in bunches.
Harden hits them both.
And that's the norm for him. He's pretty much automatic when he's at the line.
Ellis, the pass to DeRozan. To the middle, Valanciunas. Rebound, Kawhi Leonard.
And you don't see that every day. Usually he'll convert when he gets that close to the rim.
Shot's good by Simmons.
Love the assertive approach from Simmons, refusing to let the contact get to him.
Offensive rebound. Second chance shot. Can't capitalize inside. For Los Angeles, they've gone just 2 of 7 so far. A little bit of a slow start for them.
And he likes to get in a rhythm early. Nice triple.
Time now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Hey, Kevin, I was able to talk with Tyronn Lue for just a minute. Now, the concern tonight is the relentless nature of DeMar DeRozan. Coach said no matter what you throw at him, he finds his way to work around it. Sometimes it's with the shot, sometimes it's with the pass. Either way, he'll get you. Kevin, back to you.
Thank you, David. Here's DeRozan. 1:52 left to play in the first quarter. Sinks that one from the post.
Isn't it beautiful watching DeRozan just work through contact? He loves overcoming these kind of moments.
Inside, here's Leonard. It's hauled in by the Kings. LaVine feeling it out a bit. And a wide open look for Valanciunas. A three-pointer, no good. LA's gone 2 of 5 from three-point land here in the first quarter. And the foul call on Kawhi Leonard. That's foul number 2 for him.
Yeah, way to get there first and be willing to absorb the contact.
And so here's Sacramento. Valanciunas inside. Leonard's there. No good from Valanciunas. And so Harden will bring it up for the Clippers. And this group reaching a major milestone this season, notching their 50th win in their last game.
Hey, you love to ensure a winning season, and most NBA teams, even great ones, consider this a major accomplishment.
Now here's Simmons. Jonas Valanciunas unable to get his shot to go. And Simmons kicks to Leonard. The basket good off the assist from Simmons.
Just another place you have to take Leonard seriously. He's so capable from the outside.
Levine wide open. Fires away from outside. And once again off the mark by Sacramento. Here's Harden. Got him with the pump fake, but couldn't finish. The Kings trailing. On the wing, Levine, guarded by Harden. Levine passes to DeRozan. And Valanciunas now atop the key. 6 on the shot clock. Screen by Sabonis for 3. Ellis. That one's in. His first shot this game. We've seen the lead change hands quite a bit in this one.
And guys, I think each team knows they can win this game. Just a matter who can catch that momentum.
Goes up on the high post. And the Clippers getting another bucket right there.
Obviously, this guy has a talent for scoring, able to problem solve for whatever the defense tosses at him.
There will be 2 minutes to review the last play.
They're going to look at it again. They need to be certain he beat the buzzer.
And they're making sure on this one, even though it may not matter in the grand scheme, but the replay.
And a high-scoring first quarter. Both teams really filling it up. The Kings on top, leading by a point. And back in a moment as we'll get underway with quarter number 2. And we hope you're enjoying the game. Both teams tonight keeping things pretty even so far on the scoreboard. And let's quickly break down the game we've been watching for the Kings, guys.
Well, in that first quarter, they were intent on just pounding the ball down low.
And let me tell you, when you establish a physical edge, it gives you a mental edge, too.
Kawhi Leonard is out there with Jones. Then there's Drew Eubanks. Then it's Harden, and it's Simmons in at the point. They're the group out there for the Clippers starting the second quarter. Here's Harden. Sabonis grabs the board.
That was a good look for him from mid-range, but just couldn't make the defense pay.
And Valanciunas kicks to Ellis. Screened by Valanciunas. And awards now have a minimum amount of games needed to qualify. An interesting twist in this whole story.
Yeah, and it seems logical because of the uproar from the fans and the media that they implement this. And how can you be that impactful in reality, though, if you only play half the year?
Harden dishes to Leonard. Over Valanciunas. Out that one, and the Sacramento lead has been cut down to 1 on the bucket from Kawhi Leonard.
You set him up more often than not. Leonard will knock him down.
LA's gone 3 of 6 tonight when they've let it fly from downtown. And the jam by Harden.
And we've seen several lead changes tonight. Neither team giving an inch.
I've been on the edge of my seat courtside. Man, this has been a barn burner.
And the officials will call the illegal screen right there.
That's going to draw a whistle every time down the floor. Not even close to being a legal screen.
That's a very avoidable turnover. You gotta focus on the details.
You know, RJ, we talk about DeMar DeRozan scoring, but he's also a terrific passer.
Yeah, his first couple years in the league, DeRozan averaged less than 2 assists a game. Now, making plays for others is a big part of his game.
Valanciunas finds DeRozan. Ellis against Simmons. Ellis, the pass to Sabonis. No good that time. Excellent defense there from Zubac. Lets the 3 fly. James Harden again. Now it's a 6-point Los Angeles lead.
Big 3-point shot from James Harden. Look, this man locks in, and that is his shot.
Knocked loose. And Valanciunas kicks to Levine. And nothing is falling for him right now. How about this run, Craig, they're on right now? Wow.
I mean, they're just getting to their spots and executing, really keeping things simple.
They need a bucket in a big way here to regain some confidence.
Harden against Valanciunas. In the corner, it's Sabonis. Drills the three-pointer. Sabonis has got 5 points so far.
Have to admire the confidence right there. Sabonis feeling like he can knock down these shots whenever he wants.
Harden against Levine. Zubac's a screen on Levine. And the shot goes down. He's got 17.
I'll be honest, he's having a better quarter than a lot of my nights back when I played.
2 minutes remain in the first.
Ellis surveying the D. To the inside. And here comes Harden, leading the fast break. Here's Simmons, and Simmons slams it in.
As a scorer, Simmons' best work comes right at the rim.
Here's DeRozan, and contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. The veteran DeMar DeRozan, RJ, a terrific player, a great scorer.
And he's been doing it for a long time. He has been the lead scorer since he picked up a basketball. There's an old school feel to DeMar's game. He'll hit you with a pull-up mid-range J. It makes DeRozan really tough to guard.
Leonard dishes to Harden. Leonard sets a screen for Harden. Rebound by the Kings. Valanciunas has got 4 rebounds in this game. Here's Ellis. Good, and it's Sabonis with the assist that time. 7 points for Ellis.
Such a talented passer at his position. Sabonis is all about making winning plays.
Here's Harden. He takes it in, and Harden with the stuff.
And he just dangles from the bucket after sending that one through.
And you can see which team has the swagger right now. Hey, guys, let's get your take on the hustle stats for the Clippers.
From the very start of this game, they have been giving the ball handlers trouble, using good pressure to force turnovers and get steals.
And let's also give them some credit for running the pick so well. They're making the most of their chances to score in transition.
And the jam by Harden.
An offensive juggernaut. It's fun watching Harden go out and just take over.
Here's Levine. Rebound by the Clippers. About 3 seconds between shot and game clock. Pass to Leonard. From the arc. Back to Harden. Now Jones. Good ball movement here by the Clippers. Leonard with a screen on Levine. Inside. Leonard, no luck. Outside DeRozan. Oh, he nails it just in time.
One eye on the rim, one on the clock. What?
Thanks for the great interview, David. And we'll be back for the third quarter of basketball following halftime. And we hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. We're halfway through the game. A fantastic game from Harden in this one.
And if he can keep shooting from deep like he did in the first half, he's going to be more than a handful.
And let's see if the D adjusts. Make life a little more difficult on him.
On the court for Sacramento, they've got Jonas Valanciunas. Zach LaVine is out there with Ellis. Then it's DeRozan, and it's Sabonis in at the center. Clippers leading by 7. And it's Jones, that time on the assist by Leonard. Leonard's got 3 assists now in this one. DeRozan on the wing, defended by Jones. Valanciunas sets a screen for DeRozan. To the middle. No good from Valanciunas. Los Angeles has gone 4 of 8 tonight from three-point land, shooting 50% on the 3 ball here. Now Harden, 23 points in the game. And he can't extend the lead to double digits. The Kings trail by 9. It's Ellis on the wing, guarded by Simmons, and Valanciunas kicks to DeRozan. LaVine against Harden. Sabonis' screen on Harden. 4 on the clock. LaVine passes to Sabonis. A shot that time, not on target. Excellent defense there from Zubac. Greg, give us one word to describe Domantas Sabonis on the offensive end.
Kevin, I guess I'd say dominant, but that only scratches the surface. And the way Sabonis drops dimes, hits shots, and controls the glass, dominant just doesn't even really begin to say enough.
Known for his incredible defense, Leonard's huge hands and timing really helped make an impact on that end.
Pass to Levine. Valanciunas with a screen on Harden. Here's Levine. Here's Valanciunas. And that one is good with the extra effort on the glass.
And one way Valanciunas generates offense, using that big body to snare the board and keep the play alive.
Leonard sets a screen for Harden. And the three off target. The Kings trail by 9. Outside, Levine. Sabonis' screen on Harden. Here's Levine. And the rejection by Leonard.
And those long arms and huge hands, Leonard has all the tools he needs to erase shots.
The Kings shoot their 7th and 8th free throw attempts for the game right here.
You've got to appreciate their ability to make free throws. 81% as a team.
No good on the second free throw. Los Angeles leading by 8. Here's Simmons. Basket counts.
At 6'10", Simmons knows he has the height needed to score inside. He just has to finish strong.
He's getting his first free throw attempt of the game here. That's good from Simmons. A touch over 2.5 minutes of basketball played here in the third quarter. Sabonis' screen on Jones. Here's DeRozan. It's hauled in by Los Angeles. Zubac has got 6 rebounds here tonight. And Simmons slams it in.
Yeah, Leonard really utilizing the vision to find the crack in the defensive coverage.
Valanciunas with a screen on Simmons. Ellis, that's good.
Love how selfless he is setting brick screens like this. Plays like that right there are what help create easy scoring opportunities.
It's good from long range. Harden's got the lead up to 14 now for Los Angeles.
Come on, that lefty stroke of James Harden, just so pretty.
And now the latest from our reporter, David Alder.
Well, Kevin, we are seeing a new generation taking over the NBA. Commissioner Adam Silver says stars can be created much quicker these days. Sports is a meritocracy and talent gets rewarded. With a social media community in the billions for basketball and a global market for talent, new and different stars end up emerging. Kevin?
Which is always good for the game. Great to see. And David, a great report again from you. Thank you.
Such a ferocious drive by DeRozan. Even when the defense is closing in, he just keeps pushing and gets fouled.
Both free throws good from DeRozan. Clippers leading by 14. Outside, Jones. Shot on the wing. It's rebounded by Sabonis. Sacramento's gone 3 of 7 tonight from three-point territory. And Valanciunas kicks to Ellis. Again, the miss by the Kings.
And even against defense as tight as that, you almost expect him to still bury those.
Leonard, no luck.
And I thought that was going to drop. It looked good from here.
Yep, it counts. DeRozan's got 5 points in the quarter.
It's just the athleticism of DeMar DeRozan on full display. He's just like a gazelle in the open floor.
And here's Harden for 3. That falls. Nice feed that time from Leonard. And the Clippers lead by 15. Sacramento's gone 0-2 from deep to start things here in the second half. Sabonis, it's hauled in by Zubac. Zubac has got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. Harden the pass to Leonard. From outside, off the mark.
Oh, man, for whatever reason, he can't get it going from 3, and he's pretty good from there.
Good.
What determination from Levine, finding his finish despite the contact.
Clippers leading by 13. Pass to Harden. For the 3. That shot, no good. And so it's the Los Angeles Clippers looking at a 13-point lead heading in.
All right, fans.
And there have been two very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. And so Harden will bring it up for Los Angeles. At one point, they led by 16. Down in the block, it'll be Kawhi next to Zubac. Ben Simmons is out there with Harden, and it's Jones in at the small forward. That's who's out there for the Clippers.
And it's hard to believe that DeRozan's offense only continues to get stronger. And in this one, he's really showing us what he can do.
LaVine against Harden. And Zach LaVine gets the whistle that time. That will be foul number 5 on him.
Yeah, that's a tough call right there, and really a tough break for the D.
Here's Zubac outside Simmons. Zubac with the screen for Simmons. Kicks it out to Leonard. Tries again. And again, no good by the Clippers.
Oh, man, that's tough. That's definitely one he'd like back. Almost too wide open.
Bean passes to Valanciunas. Valanciunas with a screen on Harden. Over in the corner, Ellis. That's good, and it's LaVine with the assist. LaVine's got 3 assists in the game. Harden against LaVine. Zubac with the screen for Harden. And good. Got the English that time as it falls. Harden's got 31 points.
Scans the floor, runs the pick, executes nicely.
Back to LaVine. Outside DeRozan. Offline with his 3.
And sometimes on defense, you can just get lucky.
From deep, Harden. Sacramento grabs the miss. Valanciunas has got 9 rebounds in the game, getting it done. It's good, and the Clipper lead is cut to just 7 on the basket from LaVine.
A strong inside scorer. Once LaVine feels like he's got room to shoot, he does not hesitate.
It's stolen by Valanciunas. And now the Kings fast break. And LaVine throws it down.
And all of a sudden, that great run makes this a ball game again. And now is no time to take your foot off the gas. They have got to stay aggressive.
It's one thing to get close, but do they have enough left in the tank to take the lead? We'll have to see.
Fourth quarter of play, and we're about 2.5 minutes through it right now. And it's DeRozan missing. Los Angeles leading by 5. It's Harden with the drive, and Harden with the stuff.
He's not going to beat you with speed. Harden uses his footwork and his strength to create separation on his way to the rim.
LaVine throws it down.
And Zach LaVine just commands the ball in these big moments. You want a guy that can not only take that shot, but make that shot.
Harden's shot is off. Here's Sacramento now. They're on a 12-4 run right now. Ellis with it. Zubac defending. Sabonis gets to Valanciunas. Sabonis, the pass to LaVine. 6 to shoot. Sabonis with the ball. And Simmons with the rebound. Simmons got 4 rebounds in this game. The 3 from Harden. Rebound collected by LaVine. The Kings trail by 5. Pass to Ellis. We've played just over 3.5 minutes now in the fourth quarter. Leonard against LaVine.
Never afraid of getting physical with the defense. LaVine welcomes any chance he can to get to that line.
He hits the first one, and that shrinks the margin to just 4. And he is unable to get the second one.
Listen, they're still right in this thing. Missing that free throw, though, keeps this a 2-possession deficit. And for a power forward, he can shoot, get up. I mean, because of that leaping ability, it kind of offsets his height disadvantage.
To the paint, here's Valanciunas out to DeRozan. Valanciunas with a screen on Harden, down low. It's good. And now they trail by just 4.
And how about Valanciunas coming through here? When it's a big possession, giving it to him is a great idea.
Harden, that's good.
Late in the game, up big, they continue to attack.
If you want to be great, you have to have that killer instinct.
It's Ellis on the wing. Sabonis sets the big for Ellis. Trying to come right back with the 3 of his own. It's no good. Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds. Hayden with it. Puts up a deep 3. They grab their own miss. Fires from way outside. Can't connect. And so Los Angeles takes the win. Thank you for that, David. And that'll do it, folks. Richard Jefferson, Greg Anthony.
looking at these two teams, my attention is drawn to the front court matchup.
Oh, yeah. This should be a battle on the baseline. Great to watch skilled bigs trade blows and show off what they can do down low.
So the Houston starting five. Van Fleet and Green, they're manning the backcourt. Thompson out there with Dylan Brooks. And it's Şengün in at the 5.
And this guy can just fly. Green lifts off and slams it down.
DeRozan deciding where to go with it. Puts up a deep 3. Rebounded by Green. Back comes Houston in transition.
Yeah, the moment the fast break starts, Brooks is out in transition, and that hustle gives him the edge.
Here's Ellis, guarded by Van Vliet. Pass to Levine. And so it's going to be a 3-second violation there on the defense. Sacramento shooting their first free throw this game. And he shows the focus there. Nails the tee. Will grant the Kings one of those up-and-coming teams that are knocking at the door.
Yeah, they have some stars, B.A. They have some great role players, too. Part of their problem is they're in the Western Conference. It's so hard to just make the play-in tournament in that conference.
And just Shakespearean there, a smart read. Saw the defense was collapsing inside, so he wisely pulled up from the outside and drilled it.
The 3 from DeRozan. Sacramento again missing.
Man, you get so caught up in the bravado of someone scoring on you and you wanting to even the score. Unfortunately, he couldn't answer back.
The Kings have gone 0 for 3 from the floor to begin this one. And there's the drive. Ellis, good.
And setting the tempo with an assertive move. Like, where was the defense on that play?
Yeah, APB sent out to try to find out where the defense is. Inexcusable.
Now here's Green. And it's hammered home by Green.
And after putting it down, he dangles from the rim a little.
Man, that's borderline taunting right there, Grant. They're playing with a certain swagger right now. They get it back. Sabonis' shot is off.
Despite the miss, those are the kind of looks coaches hope to create.
Stolen by Valanciunas. DeRozan with the ball. Checked by Brooks. Sabonis, the pass to DeRozan, and he commits the intentional foul.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Here's Levine for 3. Nails it from 3.
And Levine knows he has the green light to take these shots, and his confidence is really impressive.
Thompson outside. Şengün passes to Green. Şengün, a screen on Levine. Back to Şengün. Launches it. Rebound by Sacramento. Just over 2.5 minutes played here in the first. Pass to DeRozan. Sabonis with a screen on Brooks. Clock at 4. DeRozan finds Sabonis. Good D by Şengün. The Rockets lead by 3. When we talk about the top players in the league, Brent, Domantas Sabonis can get overlooked.
You wonder if the record was a little bit better last year for the Kings, where he might have finished in the MVP voting, because this guy led the league in rebounding, and he put up 8 assists per game. So top 10 in MVP, that could have moved up a little bit with a winning record. He is a legitimate star at his position.
Here's DeRozan. The Rockets getting their last shot to go. It's rebounded by Şengün.
And he just hasn't been able to get it going this period.
No, I haven't seen him in comfortable spots, or at least spots we've seen in this offensive set that are allowing him to settle in.
Well, we all know he's a good scorer, but Green also facilitates very well.
Sabonis with a screen on Green. On the wing, Levine. Green covering. Here's Sabonis. Good D by Şengün. Houston in the lead. Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
Well, similarities in the games of Alperen Şengün and Nikola Jokic. A couple years back, Jokic suggested that Houston run their offense more through him, and they have. Jokic said that's going to benefit the whole organization. He wants to pass and play for the team. They'll move when the ball is in his hands. Brian?
Well, Jokic would know. Thanks, Allie.
Yeah, kind of weird to say body control with a guy who doesn't get up off the floor, but Valanciunas shows some there.
Here's Thompson. Good. And Van Vliet gets the assist. Thompson's got 6.
Good execution. They're getting some short-range looks here.
We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. Ellis passes to Sabonis. Valanciunas takes the assist and lays it in. Nice setup.
And Valanciunas has no problem showing up with that physical force and finishing through contact.
Oh, it's stolen by DeRozan. On the break. Here's Ellis. And he banks in the layup.
And that was just moving the ball quickly. And he's rewarded at the end with a high percentage look.
Yeah, the defense trying to do their best to slow him down. But when he gets room like that, you got to look out.
What if it goes? No good. Misses at the buzzer. Well, a good close contest so far as we and getting it going again here in the second quarter. Fairly close game so far. And let's quickly break down the game we've seen from the Rockets. Guys?
Well, there's no reason to take risky shots when you can collect points at the rim.
Yeah, that worked wonders for them in the quarter. We'll see what kind of adjustments get made.
We've got Zach LaVine. DeMar DeRozan is out there with Jonas Valanciunas. Then it's Domantas Sabonis. And it's Ellis in at the point guard position. That's the 5 out there for the Kings. And Grant, you look at the Rockets' additions over the last year or two. There's an emphasis on toughness.
Yeah, toughness, both physical and mental. Those are the kinds of veterans they've brought in. And that extends, of course, to the coaching staff, too.
Here's Şengün. And the layup is good.
Nice find by Thompson. Now, good to see him sharing the ball like this.
DeRozan right side. Valanciunas with a screen on Brooks. It's DeRozan with a drive. Ooh, Thompson with the block. Fast break. Here come the Rockets. Here's Green. And it's hammered home by Green.
And I'll tell you what, I mean, he is a creative, explosive finisher at the rim. Green loves putting on a show.
Pass to Valanciunas. Şengün with a steal. Thompson outside. Van Vliet outside. And that one's good. And Green with the assist. Van Vliet's gotten himself going with a triple. His first basket of the game. Here's LaVine for 3. How about LaVine showing off the range?
It's clear there's a lot of pride on the line in this one.
Not always the best scenario, but in this game, pride takes over. You score on me, I'm going to come back and score on you.
Yeah, no question Van Vliet was going to find his man. He has excellent court vision.
LaVine passes to Sabonis. Dives for it, and it goes out of bounds. Last touch by Şengün.
Nice deflection there. Really trying to disrupt their offensive flow.
Yeah, appreciate the work right now on the defensive end.
Now here's DeRozan. Pass to Sabonis. Back to DeRozan. Shot clock at 5. Well, Brent, something we've all noticed lately. Is the small ball era starting to wind down?
Well, B.A., I think in people's minds when you say small ball, they're thinking about 6'1" guys on the court. That's not what we're talking about. It's a skilled game, and I don't think the small ball skilled game is going anywhere anytime soon.
A shot LaVine can make work. I mean, he'll just exploit whatever gap he finds in the defense.
Şengün passes to Thompson. Three-pointer, Van Vliet. Valanciunas with a rebound. Kings trail by 5. Sabonis with a screen on Green. Pass to Valanciunas. LaVine against Green. LaVine passes to Valanciunas. Great start so far. 3 of 3 in this one.
And that's where Jonas is going to do most of his damage. Down low, playing physical, and knocking guys around.
Now here's Brooks. Jacks up a 3. Great start so far. 3 of 3 in this one.
Gotta D him up better than that. He's simply too good from beyond the arc.
The ball's knocked loose. DeRozan passes to LaVine. Valanciunas with a screen on Van Vliet. Pass to DeRozan. Looking to end this cold spell. Brooks with the rebound. The Rockets lead by 6. Here's Thompson. And the slam dunk by Thompson.
That first step is so dangerous with Amin. I mean, he was just gone.
Here's Ellis driving to the basket, and it goes. As the official calls the foul, count it, and he'll shoot one more at the line. Sacramento shooting their second free throw attempt on the night. And that one misses. And Brent, the Kings have the pieces to compete and finally creating some stability.
Yeah, after that 16-year playoff absence, just being a factor in the West has Sacramento and their fans really, really exciting. Again, the pieces are there. Will they push it this year to get back in the mix?
And so here's Sacramento. After the basket by Houston. Valanciunas with a screen on Brooks. DeRozan. Valanciunas, good. Valanciunas has got 8.
I love the unselfishness that DeRozan plays with. He just wants to make the right play.
To the middle. Stolen by Valanciunas. Going all the way to the rack. Here's Levine.
Get up to throw down.
That's the sauce right there. I mean, every night, Levine approaches the rim like it's a dunk contest.
Green, the pass to Thompson. There's the drive. Can't hit from in close. Kings trail by 4. Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds. And it's DeRozan missing. Houston has gone 3 of 6 from deep so far. Here's Ellis. 6 points for him. Ooh, poked away. Stolen by Van Vliet. And here we go. The Rockets in transition. Here's Brooks. No good. Would have counted had it gone. And so a close game as we wrap up the first half of play. It's Houston up by 4. We've got more in store for you right after this. We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple of quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession. Well, you gotta like what we're seeing from Amin Thompson.
Pretty much the entire first half, he was dominating down low, piling up a ton of dunks.
Yeah, there's not any guy defensively that was bodying him up or contesting the shot, so right now he's feasting.
Kicking off the second half, here's Ime Udoka's 5. Green is the 2 with Brooks at the 3. Alperon Şengün out there with Amin Thompson. And it's Van Vliet in at the point. Boy, that foul looked intentional. Not exactly what you'd expect here.
Yeah, I know. It just doesn't make sense given the situation.
Levine against Green. Şengün, a screen on Levine. Back to Şengün. The 3. Zach Levine clears it away. And so it's Levine with it. He brings it up for the Sacramento Kings. 4-point game. And it's going to be a 3-second call.
3 seconds. Rockets ball.
A chance here to catch up with Ali from the sideline.
Hey, BA, well, the Rockets got a lot more organized with Coach Ime Udoka and their veteran additions, including point guard Fred Van Vliet, who said it's just having that poise and presence to slow things down and get guys where they need to be. Rein it in, get some structure, and maximize these guys' potential. BA?
Ali, a great floor general. Thanks for that. Levine attacking. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. It's going to be on Amin Thompson.
Woo! Losing electric speed. Levine just relishes the opportunity to drive through the defense.
Both free throws good from Levine. Houston has gone 0 for 2 from outside here in the third. Thompson with a screen. Van Vliet, the pass to Thompson. And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line.
I like how Thompson put pressure on the D, taking it strong near the hole.
2 shots.
So he hits 1 of 2 from the stripe.
And what I like about Thompson, along with the high-level athleticism, he has a high-level feel for the game.
Green, the pass to Thompson. Clock is at 3. Fires the 3. Valanciunas with a rebound. Kings trail by 3. Right side, Levine. And the call will be against Fred VanVleet. That's foul number 2 for him.
Personal foul. Second team foul.
Here's Levine. 12 points for him. Sabonis with a screen on Green. Here's Levine. The putback. It's rebounded by Şengün. Houston leading by 3. Here's Thompson. Oh, and the jam by Thompson.
That's unreal. I mean, Thompson, that boy's going to hit his head on the rim one day.
Oh, you know, Grant and VanVleet, they've got a guy who's been through everything in this league.
Yeah, B.A. VanVleet's seen it all. He's won a championship. He's been in the All-Star game. He's been on a last-place team. No wonder nothing seems to faze him.
Well, that's a bonus right there to have Domantas step out and shoot the 3 and stretch out the defense.
VanVleet drives. Oh, Sabonis with the steal. Şengün, a screen on Valanciunas. Takes it inside, and he goes in for the dunk.
Got to give him credit for jumping on the ball and making the most at the other end.
Boy, inexcusable at this point of the game. They got to be more composed in these moments.
How about the sequence in its entirety? Momentum swing, and you love the effort here.
Ellis, good. For Houston, they've got just 2 of 6 in the second half. VanVleet, the pass to Green. There's a minute 47 left in the third. Out of bounds. It'll be Kings ball. The Kings trailing. Here's Ellis. Outside Levine. Now here's DeRozan. Clock at 6. Late clock here. The Kings need to get one up. Valanciunas can't get it to go. Houston has got nothing to fall from outside in this third quarter. Thompson, no good. Sacramento has gone only 1 of 3 from deep here in the third. Oh, DeRozan works it in close.
They've really picked up the energy level and have willed themselves back into this game.
Well, they didn't really have a choice at the position that they were. They had to fight hard. They've gotten that. They've outworked the other team. Just fighting tonight.
Impressive one-hand slam right there, B.A.
Man, as long as he's confident about it, I'm good with it. Maybe use 2 hands next time. He knows where he is. Now, here's Green. 6 points for him. To the inside, Şengün. Rebound by Sacramento. Sabonis has got 6 rebounds in the game. And it's DeRozan missing. For Houston, they've gone cold here in this third quarter. Just 3 of 9. And it's Green missing.
Pretty lax defense there. He's going to see fewer and fewer chances if he can't bury those kind of jumpers.
We've got 13 seconds left in the third quarter. For the lead, Ellis' shot is off. Outside, Green. No good on the buzzer beater. 3 quarters of play and a close one here. Rockets ahead. Well, this has been a great contest so far. I imagine the fourth quarter could have more action in store for us. Houston in the lead. DeMar DeRozan is out there with Jonas Valanciunas. Then there's Zach LaVine. Then it's Domantas Sabonis. And it's Ellis in at the 1. So that's the 5 in the game for Sacramento. Şengün, the screen. Here's VanVleet. And the layup is good off the glass. And the Rockets lead by 4.
Well, VanVleet likes to work up close and personal at the basket, always ready to take it inside.
To the wing, right side. Here's Ellis. Fires from deep. It's rebounded by Şengün. Şengün's got rebound number 13 tonight with that one. And the slam dunk by Thompson.
Yeah, this is the kind of scorer this rookie can be. Thompson just doing whatever he wants right now.
Here's Ellis. Out to Sabonis. Pass to Ellis from the arc. Hey, now 5 for 8, shooting a pretty good percentage right now.
Cool, calm, and collected at a critical juncture in this game.
Van Vliet outside. Thompson passes to Şengün. Brooks with it. Picked up by DeRozan. Back to Brooks. Shot clock at 6. And the slam dunk by Thompson.
Thompson's vertical is impressive. I love seeing this young guard rise up and throw it down.
DeRozan against Brooks. Looking to get back on track. And it's DeRozan missing.
Look, everyone wants to be part of a highlight play, but when you miss on completing it, it's pretty embarrassing. Just like we saw there.
And there's the foul. It'll go on DeMar DeRozan. That's his first foul of the game. Got a piece of it. Oh, Sabonis with the steal.
Yeah, tried to thread it inside, but just too much congestion.
Ooh, lots of contact on the shot. So 2 free throws will follow that whistle.
Just putting in work. Levine with a strong move and gets rewarded with a trip to the line.
Both free throws good from Levine. The Rockets lead by 3. And we're about 2 minutes into the fourth here. Van Vliet, the pass to Şengün.
Heady play to stop that easy layup right there. I mean, make him earn it at the line.
And a moment here to take a look at the scoring breakdown for the Rockets.
I mean, they've played some beautiful basketball all game. The passing has been impressive, and it's opened up things with their ball movement.
Well, something else that has stood out is their up-tempo offense. And these guys have been on the track all game long. They're creating high-percentage looks, getting out there on the fast break.
Here's Ellis. Valanciunas with a screen on Van Vliet. And another miss by Sacramento.
I think if I was coaching these guys right now, especially him, I'd tell him, you take one more three-point shot, and we're going to have some conversations here side by side.
Kings trail by 7. Pass to Valanciunas. A little over 2.5 minutes have passed here in the fourth. And he drains it. A solid 5 for 6 now.
Big bucket from the big man as Valanciunas knocks it in.
And here's Van Vliet. He'll bring it up for Houston. Şengün, the screen. Van Vliet, the pass to Şengün. The kick out to Van Vliet. Down to 5 on the shot clock. And here's Thompson for 3. And Domas Sabonis pulls it down. Sacramento has gone only 1 of 4 from the perimeter here in this fourth quarter. A bit under 3.5 minutes have passed here in the fourth. Shot by Levine, no good.
Well, you make strides to get back in the ball game, but an errant shot like that can definitely cost you any kind of momentum. Have to use better judgment there. Gotta love the effort there. An undersized 4 who can really make things happen with that leaping ability.
Here's Valanciunas following the score by Houston. Up top, Levine. Pass to Ellis. Sabonis with it. Good D by Şengün. Grant, wouldn't be a bad idea here to slow it down.
Yeah, coach is definitely looking for patience and execution.
Here's Van Vliet. Rebound by Sacramento.
I know it's about defending the post and the three-point line these days, but still got to be active in the mid-range area, and the defense gets away with one there.
And it's Houston's ball. They've allowed just 7 points here in the fourth. Here's Green. And fouled as he went up to dunk. Good aggressive move. He'll shoot a pair.
Just an intelligent play there from Green. I mean, baiting the defense with that great pump fake.
He drops the first one, and that stretches their lead to 8. He's off on the free throw, unable to get the second one to drop.
And they have to know that any hope of a comeback is gone.
Well, realistic at this stage of the game, they're going to lose this one, but will they take something from the loss?
Now here's Thompson. Pass to Brooks. Takes a three. He buries it from three. And the Rockets lead by 11.
They really came in with the right mindset today. I can guarantee you their flight home will be filled with some smiles.
Yeah, when you step into an opposing team's arena and you can play with this type of composure, boy, that food tastes good on the way out of town.
And so it's the Rockets taking care of business in this one. Allie, thank you as always. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Brent Barry, Grant Hill,